Test.
Test. Test. Test.
Ladies on Google, y'all.
I do.
You ready?
See Napoli about.
Napoli about? Y'all ready? Stop it, stop it. Stop it. All right. Very good. City of Lamarck City Council Special Amended Agenda of August 19th, 2026. Welcome to our budget workshop. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarck, Texas will conduct a special meeting on August 19th, 2026, beginning at 10 a.m. in Council Chambers at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. And the Zoom meeting ID today will be 161-728-0595. The passcode will be 163641. In accordance with Section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarck City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas. This location will be open to the public. Council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. We have a quorum at 10:31 a.m. this morning, and so the meeting has been called to order, and we will have a roll call. So the Madam Deputy Clerk, would you give us a roll call, please?
Good morning.
Good
Mayor
morning.
Pro Tem Griffin,
Present.
Councilmember Lowry, absent. Councilmember Yancey,
Present.
Councilmember Williams,
Present.
Mayor Bell.
Present. Thank you, ma'am. We are at item 3, our invocation. Let us stand for our Lord's Prayer and our Pledge of Allegiance. Let's pray. Our Father,
Which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, power, the glory, forever.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless you and God bless our great city. Thank you for your prayers and for our community. Item 4, citizens' participation, limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who signed up may speak to council. It'll be limited to 3 minutes. If wishing to speak, give the mayor or the presiding officer your full legal name, your address, and item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. If you're visiting with us via telephone, you may press *6 to mute or unmute yourself. If you're participating with us via the Zoom platform on your smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. If you are here with us in person, there are seats and microphones the center of our aisle. You may approach and you will be heard. There will be a timer on the screen for your 3-minute time period. At the 30-second mark, the deputy clerk will raise her hand so that you might be able to finish your comments. Remember, we are all Americans and we honor the First Amendment of this great country, but we simply request that we are, if at all possible, courteous to one another and respectful of the great people of this great city. Are there any persons online wishing to speak? Very good. Are there any persons here signed up to speak? Thank you both. Let's move now to item 5, new business. Items presented to council for discussion and possible action. 5.1, budget considerations, considering council intentions for the fiscal year 2026-2027. Budget considering council intentions for fiscal year 2026-2027 budget. This is the taxpayer impact statement required by House Bill 1522, effective September 1st, 2025. While this statement is required under the new legislation, it is too early in the process to include any figures. The city provides the following information in compliance with the Texas Government Code 551.143C. Number 1, a copy of the city's proposed budget may be located on the city's homepage of its website. And 2, a taxpayer impact statement. 2025 adopted tax rate of 0.418501 with an average homestead taxable value of $215,000. $569 equals a tax of $902.16. 2026 no new net revenue tax rate is 0.398757. Excuse me, 0.398957. That is the actual rate, 0.398957. 2026 proposed tax rate of 0.398957 with the average homestead taxable value of $229,515 equals $915.67. The change in total tax rate is 0.01954 per 100, or a negative 4.6%. The change in the average homestead taxable value is an increase of 6.5%. The change in the tax on the average homestead is an increase of $13.51, or a 1.5%. So having read that and having said that, we are now in day 3 of our budget workshop. We are here with our acting city manager, who also serves as our finance director, Mr. Worth Ferguson. On last week, we started with an overall view of each of our maintenance and operations departments. We have not yet had any conversation on our utility or enterprise fund, if you will. We are limited now to our maintenance and operations portion of our budget. Last week, we had an overview of our departments and what a 25% cut to those departments would look like. And this week, we are moving back over those same departments through our line item process. And so at that point, we want to make sure, Mr. Ferguson, before I turn this into your hands for your response, we want to make sure that as we update our line items, we are also updating the narratives that are associated with them, because we need to make this as plain as possible for our council and our community. So if we have updated those line items, let's provide for that same narrative that we went over last week. Let's provide for what those changes look like. And even if we are able to provide for where they are in the line items, if we could locate them, perhaps by number. There's a line item number here, for example, 51-110 payroll taxes. So as you put the narrative in place, and as you say, we did this to expand this, or we did this to contract that, if you would be able to cite line items so that we as a council and the community can quickly go back and refer to, this is what was said or proposed, this is how it looks in the budget, right? I think that would be really, really helpful to us as a council and to our community members that are interested, whether it is today or next week, for them to be able to easily follow along, if that makes sense.
Sure. And we will have those available going forward.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Ferguson.
All right. Appreciate it. Again, glad to have all y'all back to go through this process. Right. This is one of the fundamental processes of a council, is setting the budget, ensuring that the city is able to function from that budget. So with that being said, as we've discussed several times, this budget does include funding of a reserve fund and an emergency fund. That is like funding a savings account as an individual. That is the money that allows us to not get into catastrophic situations when bad things happen, right? Natural disasters, COVID, those types of situations. It's important to have that foundation there so that the city can withstand those types of events.
Before stop right there, Worth. Let's refresh for the people. In the budget that will be proposed officially, you have the emergency fund at $300,000.
$350,000.
$350,000. And you have a contribution to the reserve fund at $1.8 million.
$1.5 million.
$1.5 million.
Yes.
let's, for a minute, before you get into the line item, where did you get those numbers from? Are those numbers tied to any?
So the reserve fund should be 3 months of expenses, right? A quarter of a yearly expense, based on what we would expect the expenses to be at the end of this process, not what they are at our trimmed down state.
Okay.
Right? So if we make an assumption that in 5 years, when the city has made it back and is fully through this process, we would be somewhere around a 26, $27 million budget. That would require something near a $8 million reserve. To be safe, $7 million to be close. So I originally had 2 million, but because this is such a strict cut, I reduced it down to 1.5 with the goal of slightly increasing it every year over the next 4 years. And then for the emergency fund, we would want to have 2 million. That would be a rough number that we would want to have for an emergency. Specifically in the emergency fund, we're talking natural disasters, right? Declared emergencies. So again, similarly, it was originally 500,000. I have reduced it to 350 with the expectation of slightly increasing it every year as part of it, so that this initial first cut is a little bit less dramatic on the city.
So in a 4 or 5 year plan, ultimately at the end of it, the emergency fund should have $2 million
Should have $2 million.
in its coffers. The reserve fund should have somewhere around $8 million, and this is simply 1/4 of those numbers.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure that people, you got to show your work.
Yep.
At the kitchen table, that's easy to understand what we just said. So having got that clarified, let's move
And
toward
I will note that that is just for the general fund. The utility fund will have its own reserve and emergency fund. Yeah.
Gotcha. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
All right. So we are going to start back today and go in the same order we went in when we did the summaries of everything and talked about all the different things. These are things we really want. This is why we want them. These are some options we can try and work through. We have done our best to account for those. There's still conversations about them that we'll want to have. In addition, as the mayor had noted previously, we are making 2 separate budgets for this process. We are making a no new revenue budget, right? That hard caps our tax ability. And then we are making a maintained service, but maintained service doesn't mean you get the same service. It means you get better, because we are continually finding efficiencies and ways to do things better, but it's at the same level of service, the same amount of service. It's just going to be better versions.
And that's at the 41 cents. That's at the same tax rate?
No, that tax rate we have to talk about
Okay.
separately. It would require much more than a 41. But we will talk about that whenever y'all want to have that conversation. It depends on what y'all want that service level to look like in the end.
So basically, there are 2 choices right now.
Yes.
There is a no new revenue rate, which raises the exact same amount of revenue on existing properties that we raised last year, and then there is new improvements to properties, or new properties, if you will. That's a better use. New properties that have come online that add roughly $100,000 to that number. And that no new revenue rate is 39 cents. Right?
Yes.
That part of what the presentation is based on a 39-cent budget,
Correct.
even though we're at 41 cents.
Correct.
The second column is being built on exactly what it will take to maintain the exact level of services we have right now for another year,
Yes.
which will be a higher level of commitment, more expenditures, and more of a revenue requirement.
That is correct.
Once we settle on what those services should be, then there will be a tax rate recommendation that will be added to that.
Yes. And other options.
But it's
as
not
well.
there yet, because we have not clearly defined what a a consistent level of services are? We haven't done that yet.
Yes, we have to set the expenses and then I will back translate to what the revenue needs to be
You got
to
it?
meet those.
Okay, we good. All right, again,
Yep.
second week is time for everybody to get a clear understanding so that we can bring this horse. You
Yep.
got it.
All right.
So I'm sorry, this is why you started with the expenses?
Yes.
So that answer, because he asked that question and I was trying to get an understanding why that made a big difference. And I can see why it does, because we want to start with what we're spending and.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
one of the expectations and items that we need to do and is an expectation of every city in Texas is to have a balanced budget, right? You can always have a budget that brings more revenue than expenses, and then the way you balance it is if you put that into a reserve, right? Which is sort of what we're doing here in a roundabout way. But the budget on the whole has to be balanced. And so, often it is easier to start with your expenses, determine what is required to be spent, and then you can build your revenue to make sure you can accommodate that. And then you kind of work back and forth until you end up at that number that matches. All right. With that being said, I'm going to bring our fire chief up, and we're going to start with our fire departments. This includes our fire service, our EMS service. It also includes emergency management and the fire marshal's office all together.
Now, isn't development under them now?
It's a separate department, but it reports up through the fire chief, but
Okay.
it's its own department.
Thank you.
Yep. Right. So we have gone in and worked on some options based on our conversations around the fire department. I will note a few specific things that have been done. The fire chief has gone in and looked at some of the fees that we currently have, and there is a small amount of room to increase those fees. But it's very limited. We're talking like 3%. And it wouldn't be able to be done October 1. We have to go through a process to get them. So there is a potential slight increase available there for that. And then in terms of other revenue, I did go in and review options available from the utility fund to move over funding. And have included a $950,000 transfer from the utility fund to the general fund. I will note that that does not, at the current expense level that we have in this budget, and again, there's still work to do on the expense side to get the final numbers. That still leaves us short. So this no new revenue right here is still the 12 total positions, 9 people reduction is what is built in here. Again, happy to have a conversation about if we want to add 3 more back here, then we've got to pull more from other places to get those expenses in line.
So this is based on, you're talking about the fire,
Yes. So
based on 5%, 20%, which one?
It's the 25%, the no new revenue. That is the one that cuts the 12 positions, 9 people, because we have 3 open positions. I'm happy to talk about adding back up to 3 positions. If we do that, that means we've got to take something from somewhere else or find another revenue to offset it. Because even by adding in the utility revenue, it's still not enough to even get us matched right now on the expenses that are in the no new revenue budget as it sits right now.
So you're still at 12.
There's still 12 positions, 9 people. Yeah.
You talking about cutting 12 or 12?
Cutting 12 positions, 9 of which are currently filled.
And that's at the 39 cents.
That's at the 39 cents. It is, the, uh, the keep service as it is keeping all 12 positions is what it's set at right now. Again, we can have a conversation about, do we want to just put that at, keep the people, not the vacant positions? But that's what it's set for, keeping everything.
So what about, so did you get a chance to go back and look at the collections that we talked about? To see
So for
what,
code,
no, I want to say it wasn't code. It had to do with the ambulance services or something like that. Have we looked at that number about going back?
we have looked at that number, and we are on, our current estimate is at the top of what a conservative number would look like.
Which is what?
It
Is that in,
is-
is that in here?
Yes, it is
Where?
$950,000.
Can you show me where in your packet?
Yes, it is line six,
You're talking about this one right here that you gave us today.
yes, so if you go to page 2, actually, I guess for the revenue, it's page 3. It's the backside right here.
It's actually page.
Yeah.
Okay.
So revenue's on the next page for fire and EMS. It's the third to last line. Ambulance fees.
So you're proposing
We're actually proposing 960.
960.
Yeah. And I would note, part of the concern about that number is cutting service means it's going to be harder to fill every call as expeditiously as it is now.
So that's all you think you can get is $10,000 in 1 year for collection? I mean, I'm just asking.
No, we think that there'll be, if we go up to full, if we go back to the 12, we're anticipating an additional $10,000 in collection. Because they're going to run every possible call they can.
I thought it was pretty clear that we didn't want to cut to 12, that we wanted to find the money in extra revenue. I thought we were pretty clear with that last week.
Yes, but I don't know what revenues, if it can't be taxes and it can't be a new fee on the utility bill, I'm not sure where those revenues come from. I guess is my question.
What was our total budget last year worth?
It was,
Because we seem to have gotten a whole lot more for similar amounts of monies than you're suggesting that we can get now. What was it?
sorry, I gotta go to a different screen real quick. Are you talking about just for fire or for the city as a whole?
The city as a whole, yeah.
I know we talked about not keeping 12, but I know the 9. I thought we were gonna try to keep at least the 9 and just not.
I would love to. We're already still below matching between expense and revenue. And I don't know
Want to find it?
where else y'all would be open to doing that.
So, Chief. Chief. There's only 9. There's 9, right? There's 9.
9 people.
9 people.
And the last year's budget number is 22,800,000 for the general fund.
22,800,000.
And we had all of these folks. We had 50 firemen and 700 police officers and all of that. We were able to achieve that with a $22 million budget. And Worst case scenario, I'm looking at a $21 million budget on the low end, and you're telling me we have to cut all these people?
So,
Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
yes,
That sounded really oversimplified, but it's extremely accurate in my mind. Now, of course, I could be wrong. Perhaps I am, but seems like last year we dealt with a $22 million budget. We didn't have to cut one firefighter, didn't have to cut one police officer. This year we're flirting with a $21 million budget, and we have to cut half of Lamarque. And that's an oversimplified way to look at it, but man, that looks really accurate.
so I still believe there's more cutting that needs to happen.
You believe there's more cutting, not of personnel, or yeah, I mean, this is a discussion.
Yes, whether it's personnel or it's, you know.
Do
some
you
of
get
the-
what I'm saying is the budget last year was only $1 million more, but we seem to have been able to keep all of our human resources. This year, we're speaking about a budget that's $1 million less, and it seems as though we're being asked whether or not the community wants to let go of 9 firefighters, I don't know how many police officers, 6 public works personnel, right? We get it. It seems like we're cutting a significant portion of our human resources for only $1 million savings. It just doesn't make sense.
So it is 1.6, not 1. So that does make
Okay.
a difference. And then, you know, part of the problem is I can't guarantee our actual expenses are gonna be at that 22.8. We're working as close as we can, but it's gonna be close to that number. There's also a lot of departments that have been running way under, right?
What do you mean way under?
Like, for example, finance has been working with half the department not there for the whole year, right? That drastically reduces the total city expense.
Okay.
And, you know, I know Public Works has had quite a few vacancies all year. You know, the police department hasn't been at their 52 at any point. They've been right around 40 the whole year. So they've already been running close to the number we're talking about cutting to.
So, okay. I think this is where this is where the hard conversations are gonna have to happen.
Yeah.
We finally got down to it, and a lot of what you are providing and proposing for is worth. Do not take it personal. You're a wonderful human being, but this is where it starts. And so there are hard questions that will develop from all 4 of us, and we'll get there when we get there. But we're gonna get there. Chief.
Yes, sir.
It's 9 people. I think personally, but it's not my case to make. As the leader of this community, I believe losing 9 fire officers, EMS officers, will critically impact our ability to provide emergency medical services more than anything. But I also understand and I say this to you, and I say this to the fire service, the rank and file, the entire fire service. This is a critical time. As conservative as it appears that the finance director, the city manager is being, there is not that much conservatism to make up 9 people, right? We might be able to make up 4 people, 5 people with creative maneuvering. Here's why I keep saying chief, but I can't let the rest, but the rest won't come. I believe, not because I want this to happen, but I believe if given a choice, the people of Lamarque would feel more comfortable if every firefighter would be at least for a year, if they have to, positioned in the response portion of our operation. You get what I'm saying? If part of it is that we may have to make up some firefighters, but part of it is some of your department may have to be streamlined for a year into doing nothing but fire protection and EMS service, if that makes sense. Anything that you have that's not focused on that operation, on that getting on the truck, making the call, getting off the truck, providing services, you might have to rethink that for a year. Does that make sense what I'm saying to you, Chief?
So are we talking about cutting out installing smoke detectors for our elderly, installing car seats for child safety seats? Are
I'm
we
talking about, I'm talking,
showing up for birthday parties and
no, I don't mean that. What I'm talking about is any human resource allocation, any funding of human resources that is not strictly focused on personnel being on a truck with the ability to respond to calls. If that is not what they're doing, then we may have to reorganize for a year to make sure that that is what everybody's doing. Does that make sense?
I think it's about like fire marshal and EMS
so
captain.
we're talking about doing away with the EMS captain who oversees our billing, talking about doing away with the fire marshal's office that does plans reviews and fire inspections.
I'm not talking about doing away with. I am talking about every personnel having to be focused primarily on that, right? So for example, and again, this is us talking. There's not a plan in place.
Right.
For example, if you have a fire inspector, just throwing this out there, if there is a fire call, maybe that person makes up your third person during that shift. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
actually-
You see where I'm going with this?
We actually did that yesterday because we were at minimum staffing of 8 personnel, and saved a house in District A because we managed to put a hard stop on a room and content fire on the second floor and stop it from spreading to the rest of the house.
So
The deputy chief was on scene, the fire marshal was on scene, the deputy fire marshal was on scene, I was on scene.
so
and we were
if
actively engaged in firefighting operations.
so maybe their shift worth is they are focused on suppression and rescue and EMS service provision primarily, and then they are then allowed to maybe do their duties as assigned by the fire chief secondarily. But if there is a deputy chief, right, he or she has the role as deputy chief. But if a tone drops, which is a call comes in, so that we can save money, maybe that deputy chief then becomes the captain for that call. And then we get through that call, we get through that day, and then he's never, let's be clear, fire folks that are listening, he or she is never not the deputy chief. He or she is never not the fire marshal. He or she is never not the fire investigator. What we're simply saying is in order to save those salaries, that money, they then have a primary focus of number one is suppression. Then secondarily, we're performing our roles and our duties and get through this year. I think that is probably, being honest with you, that's probably going to be the best compromise that the council can come up with. As it relates to 9 people, that's a lot of people. And so if we can collaborate with the fire department to figure out how we can eliminate some of those salaries for a year, because in essence, I think that might be part of the adjustment that we can make to get to the next level, get to the next year, and then next year, prayerfully, hopefully, the only adjustment that we would need to do is to take them out of suppression and move them back into their 8 to 5 Monday through Friday assignments. Don't know what all that looks like, Chief. Your mind is better at that than me, but you get what I'm saying. And so
Right.
I'll stop there and I'll ask you, does that look like something that would fit better, feel better with you as a chief and with your department?
Well, but that still cuts people.
I'm not proposing that we cut people at all. Not under my description. What I am proposing is that we eliminate the need to have to have a minimum staffing that guts us so that we could save some of those overtime monies, so that we can redirect some of those overtime monies and put them back into into the bottom line, if that makes sense. You get what I'm saying?
But I have 3 vacancies now that we want to do away with.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna take 3 administrative positions and put them back on shift to do firefighting operations. Now, what you will see a decrease in when we do that is the number of plans reviews that we are capable of doing, the number of fire inspections, certificate of occupancies, which means we'll have to contract that out to third parties again.
Well, here's the thing, Chief, that I'm trying to get us to understand. At the end of the day, my sense is this: people want accountability.
Mm-hmm.
They want our government. They want our, not just the council. They want the staff to be more accountable and responsible with the tax dollar. Now, if we have to make hard decisions, they should not have to suffer any lack of emergency medical or fire services based on a lack of accountability. And so if at the end of this, you're going to ask them to trust or stretch, then you have to provide for them a product that says that I've exhausted all avenues and I'm at my wit's end. And we can't seriously say to a public at this time, maybe we can, but we don't want to take the chance at this point. We're asking you to stretch more, but we have not exhausted all of our human resources in the fire department, if that makes sense. Because the way that what's happening now, 9 folk or 12 folk, that's going to add millions, $1 million+ to the budget. And that's going to add tax rate increases, and their taxes are going to go up. And then they're going to be asked to pay for something that needs to be cleaned up that they had nothing to do with. And when you go to people like that, sometimes people are willing to do that, but before you get to that place, you have to show them that you have exhausted all avenues, and if you take one step further, then you're putting their health, their safety, their happiness in jeopardy. And we can't, in my opinion, I have colleagues with me, I don't think that we can go and have that conversation if we have not exhausted all of our resources, including the exhaustion of our human resource, right? That's the angle that I'm thinking. Again, I am not suggesting, so that we're clear, that we eliminate any position. I am suggesting that during the day, when these folks are on shift, when these folks are at work even, if we would be able to include them in our response so that we could save monies by saving overtime, right? If that makes sense. If we could save monies in that capacity.
And that's currently what we do. We are all of anybody that's in fire administration, if a structure fire or a medical call, they all respond to decrease the number. Like, if we have to decrease below minimum staffing during the day, we make up for it with administration. We don't call in overtime until it's after hours. So we're either going to pay a day shift guy overtime, or we're going to pay a firefighter overtime for the night shift. But we jump on trucks and ride to make up for minimum staffing already. We currently already do that.
How long have you been doing that?
As long as I've been a member of this fire department.
So why was your overtime budget as high as it was? Was that just nighttime?
No, sir, so we used to have in the contract a mandatory Kelly Day. And because of short staffing, we were often having to hire people back to cover the Kelly Days. And yourself and the union negotiated to do away with the Kelly Day, which cut almost $300,000 in overtime budget because we did away with that Kelly Day. That's why our overtime budget is down under 180,000 this year.
Yeah, so
Plus, we're not staffing special events with overtime like we were in the past.
So as an example to what Chief is saying, in 2024, the fire department spent $577,000 on overtime. In 2025, after the first part of the Kelly Day change, and cleaning up a bit, they were down to $371,000 in overtime. This year, they're going to come in right around 175,000, 180 in overtime.
All right. Let me stop here and see if any of my colleagues have questions, and we'll keep talking about that figure.
Absolutely.
And, as we go through these things, we might find other departments that we are able to make bigger changes in and can always come back and then, readjust fire if we need to readjust fire at that time as well. We
I
just
like-
happened to be the first one on the list.
I like that idea. So I think where I'm at on this is more for safety too, right? Just us being neighbors with Texas City, and just like the plants. I mean, how often do we get emergency like safety shelter in place, right? So I think it's important for us to still have the fire. For me, it doesn't make sense to cut anyone from fire.
Yeah. And again, I'm open to anything, just if we don't cut fire, then we have to cut more somewhere else, right? That's the trade-off of it. And I'm open to any of those discussions. I just like, I know, we're going to want to say similar things when we get to police. We're going to want to say similar things when we get to streets. We're going to and so it can't be, we want to save everybody. Right.
Right.
And so we've got to pick places to make those cuts, no matter how hard they might be. And maybe there shouldn't be in fire, right? Again, I'm open to that, but they got to come somewhere.
So you have I'm sorry.
You go ahead, Kim.
So you have a deputy chief? You do have a deputy?
Yes, ma'am.
My only question right now is the 3 positions you want to cut, is that going to help your budget? Or are we going to still need to cut some additional people? Because you have 3 open positions, right?
Correct, that I have not filled purposely.
Okay,
I have a list. I have a list of people that want to come to work here.
okay. And so not filling those positions, removing them from the budget worth will do what?
So those would be 3 probably entry-level first years. That's about, for easy math, it's about 100,000 a position when you add in certification pay, retirement, health insurance, taxes, the whole thing. So that's about $300,000.
And what's the base? See, that's the other thing we have to get into, Worth. We keep, respectfully, we keep inflating these employee numbers. The other day you told us it's 150 per police. We'll never get anywhere if we don't get any. We either need to get one or two things. We either need to get the real world. Don't say it like that. We need to either get the industry standard numbers consistent with our municipality, established, or we need to understand exactly how you've come up with. I've had a conversation with somebody on yesterday that had the same question. How is the administration coming up with these huge numbers for employees. Right? $150,000 for a police officer, $100,000 for a firefighter. Those numbers are definitely going to have to be justified. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, were you done?
Yeah, I was.
Worth.
Yes, sir.
We budgeted for fiscal year 2025, $2.8 million for salary in the fire department. This year, we are budgeting $3 million. That's a $200,000 increase. Is that contractual obligation?
There is a 3% contractual obligation increase in the CBA.
I think the sentiment sounds like Worth, is that we don't want to reduce the number of fire officers that we currently have. That's the sentiment. If there's a different sentiment on the council, make that sentiment known. I think it sounds like perhaps we are willing to freeze those 3 positions that have not been filled currently. And so we just have to do the work of finding additional cuts in the fire budget. I think the idea that we could somehow save more overtime by making what perhaps has been an unwritten policy, a policy.
And, you know, there's even some instances where, you know, those of us who are salaried and don't collect overtime will work overnight, basically for free.
Would you flex it or?
Oh, Mayor, I don't get to flex. I'm here straight days,
Yeah.
and if I'm here on a weekend, I'm here on a weekend to help the guys
Yeah.
out. It's deputy chief's the same way. We, you know, if somebody needs coverage, we've got a few guys that are out on FMLA, and if they need coverage, we go ride a truck for them. If they've got to go it's an unwritten rule, like you said. Now that I'm tracking what you were saying about administration, like we do those things already. We just don't do them at night.
Yeah. And it's not necessarily, it's done, and I know the fire service, obviously, it's done because that's just what needs to be done is done.
That's what firemen do.
Yeah,
I mean, and a fire comes in at night, and and it's something big enough that they need help. When they call, we
Yeah.
come in at night.
Yeah.
My phone rings, I get up, I come to work.
Yeah, I got you.
It's just, but that's what firemen do.
Yeah.
That's what paramedics do. That's what we do.
And that just needs to be, we need to words perhaps create a policy and show some savings so that as we present this to the public, we've done everything possible from a human resources perspective to maintain, because that's where it'll boil down to, is the idea that the reason people don't want our firemen to be let go is because of that chest pain, that shortness of breath, that unresponsiveness, that grandma, mom, dad, sister, brother, right? And so they're willing to sacrifice for that, or they're willing to stretch for that. But I think we just have to show them that we've done everything we could, right? Everything we could to get to the point. Now we can't do anymore. We need your help. And I think if we can show people that, I think that people will be willing to support the fire department. So.
How many people? 30. Yes.
Chief, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you guys have like annual reports for all of the service you've done that year and so on and so forth?
Yes, ma'am. So we used to, I used to provide you guys a monthly call stat.
Mm-hmm.
But when we switched over to the new League City consortium, it started giving us some false data.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't, dispatch supervisor and myself, we have been trying to figure out how to get the report to show the accurate data so I could start giving you back those numbers monthly. We used to give them to you, and then when we swapped systems, we started finding discrepancies in the numbers, and we didn't want to give you false data. So we haven't been able to make the numbers match.
Cause that's something I also would like to see at budget time, that
What's
what
that
they're,
figure?
what the department's
The call
annual.
volume?
Or,
Cost for
Last
service?
year, we ran 6,324 calls for service. We average, like I was telling y'all once before, used to, Texas City ambulances would come to us 50 or 60 times a month because we had one medic unit. Now that we've got 2 medic units and we maintain MICU capabilities on our paramedics on both of those rigs, we get mutual aid about 6 times a month now. And a lot of times it's for structure fires. We tend to go about 40 or 50 times to neighboring departments through the county mutual aid department with our ambulances.
And Mayor, you were wanting to know some hard numbers on where I'm coming up with the costs. So for fiscal year 2025, the actual spend for all personnel services in fire and EMS was $4,465,567.
$4,465,567.
$567.
$567. Okay,
There are 39 people in the department.
okay.
If you average that out, that is 114,500 per person. Now, obviously, entry level is less, which is why they end up around 100,000.
What is the?
And that's last year. It's more
Yeah.
expensive for this year because
Because of the
raises and a lot of new certifications that have come in.
So what's the entry level salary?
60. 60 and 280, 60,284, I think is the number.
And then wait a minute. So you said last year the entire personnel cost was $4.4 million.
Correct. That includes retirement,
Okay.
which for the city, so the city guarantees a 2-to-1 match for all employees, and the employees contribute 7%. That's the deal that we have with TMRS. We actually, because of some market fluctuations in prior years, we actually contribute 16.6% to make up for some previous year losses the market couldn't cover. And so that's factored in. Health insurance, right? That's roughly this year.
16, wait a minute, we make a 16% contribution. We contribute 7% on their behalf.
No, so the employee contributes 7%.
The employees contribute 7%.
We match that 2-to-1, which is 14.
14%.
But we have to contribute a little bit extra to account for market
I got you. I got you. now. I got you.
fluctuations.
I got you.
So that's where that 16% comes, 16.6% this year. The number will change next year, but we don't know it.
Okay.
We don't know it yet. But it'll be something in that same range. Then there's health insurance. The way city does health insurance is we cover everything for an employee, an individual's employee. This last year, that was a little under $600 a month that the city covers. Next year, that insurance went up a lot, so that's going to be just under $800 that the city covers for every employee. And it's more for PD, but that's part of their CBA piece.
Retirement, health insurance,
Then taxes, so
payroll taxes.
payroll taxes, yeah. It also includes overtime,
See, there it is.
and it includes workers' compensation.
My 10th grade business math says, why are you putting overtime in that equation when you're already putting salary in that equation?
Because it's an overall personnel cost, and overtime is a personnel cost.
What is that number, overtime number per employee?
So for fiscal year 25, which this has been cut down significantly in this year, the overtime number was $370,958. Divided by 39 people was $9,500 an employee.
So we're still hovering around 100,000.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, I could give you like a super exact
No,
rough
we're just,
number, but 100,000 to me was just
yeah,
an easy number to work with from a block.
just show your math, Worth. Just
Yeah.
show your math.
But yeah, that's
Yeah.
where these are
Okay.
coming from.
You said overtime. What did you say after overtime?
So that number has gone down this year.
No, you said overtime, and then there was something else you said after overtime.
Workers' compensation.
Workers' compensation. Okay.
Now, I remember one time when we were trying to do the same thing at GHA. For 1 year, we gave, instead of overtime, we gave comp time. Is that possible to do?
So there is one other category, by the way. Sorry, I forgot. It's not a big category. It's longevity pay. The city pays a certain amount for every year you've worked here after your first year. I believe it's $12.
It's a percentage. But
It's a per year number. It's a per year amount, and it goes up the more.
I think it's $6 per year.
Maybe $6 per year. It's not a big number, but over a lot of employees, so for
Yeah.
fire this year, we're estimating about $8,400 for the whole department in longevity pay. But that is another part of that. And then obviously certifications, right? For fire and PD, they get certification pay. That is a big number. Again, we're estimating about $300,000 in certification pay.
Yeah.
But that all is included in that personnel number. We account for all of that.
How then,
And
Worth?
police is more expensive is
Yeah.
the answer to the other.
How, Worth, were we able to have? Did you have? So, Chief, have you been short all three? Have you been short 3 firefighters all year?
No, sir. We just recently had 2 firefighters take jobs in other departments because they were closer to home.
Okay.
We had one fireman who was driving an hour and a half just to work for us.
Yeah,
and
sure.
he took a job closer to home. One of our firefighters moved her family to north side of Houston and took a job as a county investigator.
Okay.
So
Gotcha. So
we haven't always been. We have been fully staffed. Like our I hate the term rookie. Our newest guy has been here almost 18 months.
Yeah. Worth, it's just, it's hard to explain unless one of the things we're looking at is we decided, rightfully so, to start our budget with $1.5 million in a reserve fund and $350,000 in an emergency disaster fund. That's the only thing that explains this drastic level of cuts with similar budget numbers.
That is where we started. Those are the first two.
Now it's making sense.
Those are the first 2 line items.
Okay. All right. Well, the sentiment is that we don't want to lose 9 firefighters.
So then my recommendation would be to not review the personnel line items in fire. Start by reviewing the rest of the line items in fire, and then we'll move on to other departments. And then with the expectation that we got to cut,
Yeah.
and then we'll come back
The fire.
to fire and figure out
What's your overtime budget for fire?
it is, if we have it at fully staffed, which is now the expectation, 160.
And so what I would suggest, work that we start there, that we work with the fire department to develop some sort of plan that they would be able to provide coverage to the level that they are providing right now by perhaps you working with your chief to develop a policy that his administrative officers would be somehow a part of the response for a year so that we can cut some overtime monies. And then, you know, Chief, here we are. It's 11:30. You know your budget better than we. What else can you give us?
We have, the numbers that y'all have are as bare minimum as it gets to. I mean, let's just look at repair maintenance of motor vehicles. I believe I cut us to,
That number is 180, but it's we added in an additional 20 if you're going to be at full staff.
well, the maintenance of the motor vehicles wouldn't matter about full staffing. But at $180,000, we are stretching like our two fire marshals were already repairing emergency lights on an ambulance so that we didn't have to pay a maintenance bill on those. But for every fire truck, so we call those heavies, the big fire trucks, annual pump test, set of tires, because they wear out annually. It doesn't, I mean, they just have to be replaced. The base maintenance plus having the fuel filters changed every 400 hours to save the engines. Minimum cost on one engine per year for preventative maintenance is $35,000. That's bare minimum. That's no blown head gaskets. That's no brake jobs. That's no airbag repairs. That's just pump test, an annual service oil change, the every 400 hour fuel filter changes, and a set of tires. 3 of those, you know, and then each ambulance, we have 4 ambulances that we're trying to keep on the road. Takes about $10,000 a year to maintain with oil changes and fixing, you know, what goes down. And that's nothing catastrophic happening to ambulances and fire trucks. We are in the process. We have been in we're doing this for 4 years now, Mayor, with remounting ambulances, which is sort of to save the city money. If we were to purchase a new ambulance, the going rate for a new ambulance is $380,000. But years ago, the city purchased ambulances where the boxes can be remounted on new chassis. So the cost of a remount is about $178,000. So we're already saving the citizens by just using the existing boxes, putting new chassis under them so they have a new engine, transmission, and drivetrain. We've gotten 2 of the 4 back. We've got 1 more that's almost done, and the last one should be done about December. So, and one of those was council approved one of those to be ARPA funds. So, one of those we won't be remounting at tax dollars. We used ARPA funds to do one of those.
Yeah.
So at $180,000 on budget, we're doing the bare minimum, and we're gonna pray that nothing on a 6-year-old fire truck breaks down, or our reserve fire truck is 15 years old. So we're stretching these trucks well beyond, and these are guidelines. The NFPA has guidelines. 1710 is minimum staffing for firefighters, and then there are certain other ones, but they say that your fire apparatus based on call volumes should generally be a frontline truck for about 5 years and a reserve truck for 5 years, and then replaced altogether. Our 2 frontline fire engines are 6 years old. We purchased them in 2020.
Yeah.
They went in service around late 2020, early 2021. And then our reserve engine is the 2011 Pierce. So we've done a pretty good job at maintaining trucks with a call volume like we are.
Chief, I think for me, the areas of opportunity, let's just say this, before I say that, I think this needs to be stated, and Worth, I think this needs to be actually overstated, and I don't think that we state this enough. There are 3 full-time, fully paid fire departments in our county.
Only
Full-time, fully paid. Galveston is one, right? They have a huge tourism industry, and they are isolated from everybody. That's why. Texas City is the other. They house one of the largest chemical refinery systems, at least in our region, and I don't know beyond our region. There's a reason. Clearly, there was a huge disaster that would provide for additional reasons. And Lamarck. And yet we don't budget, nor do we set tax rates that are reflections of the fact that we are the only full-time, fully paid fire department outside of those 2 in this county. And I think that we need to do a better job of articulating that fact. And so our tax rate perhaps should not always be, and I am a person who leans toward conservative tax rates. I'm a person that votes consistently for the reduction of taxes. But I am also saying that I think that the story is being left untold if we simply say Lamarck's tax rate is this and Dickinson's tax rate is this and Santa Fe's tax rate, because it does not include all of the services that we provide. We have to find a way to include that, or find a way, watch what I'm saying to you, Worth, Chief. We either need to find a way to include the idea that we're providing for additional services, or we need to find a way to exclude the fire service from the services that we're providing and put them out separate and apart for people to pay a fee for those services. One way or the other, something's gonna have to give, right? Something's gonna have to give. And so either we articulate it in a way that people understand they're getting more bang for their buck, or we articulate it in a way that we let them know that the fire department is now up in the air, open, and they'll grab it, right? But we have to do something, because we're constantly under pressure for the surrounding municipalities, the tax rate competition, and we are not articulating strongly enough a paid fire department that provides for amenities and services. Here are the areas. Here's the areas, Chief. Uniforms, maintenance, and safety gear. If any of that can be saved, there's 64,000. Chief, don't yell at me. I'm just telling you where I see that we might be able to squeeze by. It's 64,500. I don't know what's in that line, Chief. Don't get mad at me. Small tools, 30,000. Repairs and maintenance to building, furnitures, and fixings, 80,000. Professional services, I have no idea what's in that line, but it's 72,000. Dues, subscriptions, and books, 55,000. School and travel, 75,000. Overtime, 180,000. If we can trim as much as we can, if we can, Chief, I don't know what's in those lines. I mean no disrespect to, obviously, those are my brothers as well. We get it. And let me reiterate, when I was a rookie, there were folks trying to cut 7 of us in Galveston, circa 1994. And so I said that because I know exactly where these young men and women are today. And so if we start there, perhaps, and then we work with Worth to maybe work through some of the other opportunities that we might have to slash, we might be able to get out of this one alive. The other thing, Chief, before let me finish the statement, and then I'm gonna let you, and then I'm gonna open it back up to my colleagues. The other thing, Chief, that I think that the community needs from you is, and I've shared this on several occasions with both of our public safety departments, we need a narrative. A lot of times, public safety comes before councils and budget workshops, and you defend your budget. And I think that that takes the conversation off of the focus of what you need to be focused on. Here, in front of the people, the defending of a budget is not as productive as the understanding of what a past budget will do. Make sense? People of Lamarck, set the tax rate at 15 cents if you want. Fire department's gonna show up. It's only gonna be one of us. And we're probably gonna be riding a horse. And we're probably gonna have two water bottles with us. But we're gonna be there.
Maybe a water can.
Maybe a water can, but we're gonna be there. And then let that vision, let that image inspire the people to decide that they want a greater level of service. Make sense?
Yeah, well, and Mayor, we've had this conversation sitting here many, many times. I mean, you've heard me say, like, we're gonna show up. We're gonna show up every time we can. We're never not gonna show up. That's just that's what the fire department does. You know, and like you said, if we go back to, you know, one person, does that mean that, you know, we're gonna delay getting, there's gonna be some delays, but we're going to show up. And I've said this before, and if you're standing in the front yard screaming, my baby's in that house, and I show up and I'm by myself, I'm going. That's my job, is to go find your child and bring them out. Now, that does violate several rules, but that's my cross to bear. I'm going
And watch this, Chief. Here's the lesson that I learned in 40 years of doing this. And they are going to say to you, I don't care, because it's my baby.
Exactly.
Here's where you get people to buy into your vision. When you say, I'm going to be there. I'm going to save your baby myself. Here's what I got to do. Got to get in the truck. I got to drive down the street. I got to park the truck. Wait. I got to get a supply line. That's going to take, by myself, that's going to take 10 minutes alone. Then I got to put the truck in pump. Then I got to put on my gear. Then I got to stretch the hose. Then I got to turn the water on. Got to get the water flow. Then I got to approach the house. Then I got to figure out exactly where all of these folks, these people, this baby, whoever is in this house, and I have to suppress the fire. And then I have to stop suppressing the fire to rescue or to try to find you. You see all that time
Absolutely.
that's being added? And the time that is being added because there's a reduction of force that's responding to that particular incident is putting people's lives in jeopardy. Life can only exist without oxygen to the brain 4 to 6 minutes. I just described for you something that happens to be 30 minutes long.
18 to 20 on a great day.
That's what the people need to understand about what you do, so that we can give them the tools they need to be able to provide you with the tools you need.
Absolutely. You know, and I sit here with 2 titanium hips from riding a one-man fire truck, because you have to pull up to the hydrant, throw the truck in park, and now you're bailing out of the driver's seat, catch the hydrant, and then drive off. And then, so,
Yep.
you know, 20 years of jumping off fire truck like that, just flat wear out hips, and, you know.
Question for you.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Yancey, we're just talking.
So when did you, because I know for some fire, they don't have deputy chiefs. When did y'all add a deputy chief?
That was the last thing negotiated in the contract with, I believe it was city
It was
manager.
5 years ago, 6 years ago, 10
5 years.
5
A lot of departments don't call them deputy chiefs, they call them assistant chiefs,
So what do we call them? Assistant chief?
deputy chief.
We call them deputy.
And we use the term deputy chief because in the National Incident Management, NIMS FEMA framework, the term deputy chief fits more synonymous with that language in FEMA.
But it is possible to have a fire department without a deputy chief. Yes or no?
It is.
Yeah.
And there are several, but those fire departments have, so rank structure, we'll just use the 2 other two paid fire departments. Those guys have chiefs, they have assistant chiefs, they have battalion chiefs, and then they have captains, lieutenants, and engineers. We have a fire chief, a deputy chief, captains, and engineers.
Because the reality of it is, if we don't find revenue, we're gonna have to cut or raise taxes, correct? And
Yeah.
so we've got to find, and that's why I'm asking, what does the model look like? What's the, what is, can you operate just having a chief and then without a deputy chief? And the question is, yes, you can. So I guess if we don't find revenue to make up for that, then the hard question is, we'll either have to raise taxes or cut positions. That's where we are.
Mhm.
Right?
So, so
We don't want to,
Yeah.
but if we have to do that, then that's why my question is, can you still operate?
The fire department is going to continue to operate with whatever model the citizens choose. Now, the level of that service depends on the level of staffing that is available.
Yeah.
Because I'd rather do none, but if we just have to do one, kind of like we did with the city manager position, right? We got rid of the deputy position, right? So we're talking about, well, we didn't fill it back up last budget. So I'm just trying to see, how does that looks like for the fire? 'Cause people don't want their taxes raised, they don't. Let's just be honest. So we have to kind of look at those hard decisions, where would they be? It's either at upper management, or they're at the bottom. So that's the question we have to kind of know from you. So kind of think about that and let us know. In the real world, we don't want anybody to be cut, but we're living in a very different economy,
Right.
right?
But the only thing you would be doing is eliminating the position,
Right.
because in a collective bargaining unit, a
Yeah.
union
Yeah.
department, the last person hired
Is the first
the
hired.
first person that goes.
Okay, so for fire, it's gonna be different then.
Yeah.
yeah, so
Right.
Same with police.
So
The-
if we eliminate a position, that,
Has to do
yeah.
with the bargaining.
The end result will be whoever the last person.
Yeah, so the way fires just finished the first year of a 3-year contract. We are fixing to start negotiations with PD on their
Yes,
contract.
fire already.
We signed it last year. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Last year, we negotiated that contract with the fire union, July, August, September-ish.
It
And-
signed right after I got here.
And then due to the financial situation, the fire union actually opted to delay pay increases and salaries until January, when the new tax rate started, so that so the city could survive, because the union chose not to enact a contract until January 1.
Yeah. And I think, Ms. Yancey, what he's trying to share with us is because the fire department and the police department are collective bargaining units,
Right.
whatever positions we eliminate, it trickles down and ends up the last person.
By hire.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will make one other note, and this is not to say that this is a better way to do it. It's just another option. People don't like taxes, right? Similar to how you have the parks fee, you could create a public safety fee and use that to fund just public safety. People aren't gonna like that either, but it's a different way, different option.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that is another, when we talk about revenue, there's not just taxes. There's multiple
Yeah.
options that can be done. They each
Yeah.
target different groups, like taxes targets homeowners, right? If it's a fund fee like that, it actually, well, it taxes the people that have accounts, right? The people that are actually living there. So the actual
Water accounts.
water
yeah.
accounts, yeah, you would add it to the water. So, if somebody's renting a house, the owner doesn't pay that, the renter pays it.
That's an interesting concept that
That's
we're,
it. So they target slightly different groups in slightly different ways. But again, there are some options if we get to a conversation about actual increasing revenue. We'll have
Yeah.
more in-depth versions of these, but it's not just taxes. That is an option.
yeah, I think we're on to something on this one. I really think we struck a match and we caught some fire on this one, because I think that and I'm not even I'm not even dealing with PD. I think that if we're looking at apples and apples, I think that everybody around here has similar things with the exception of the fire department. And I think that, um, if at some point we can get people to understand the value of the fire service and something you said, I didn't even think about until you said it. We have renters in our city that are benefiting, and they should, from emergency medical services, as they should. But they don't necessarily directly pay for it. Maybe it's passed on
Yeah,
by the
There
landlord.
could be pass-through, it could not. Again, that's
Yeah.
sort of the landlord's choice.
But that's an interesting thing for us to think about, because it highlights the idea that we are providing something that most cities our size don't provide, and it gives the people more of a control over that thing. They can decide how much or how little they want that service. So for me, I'm putting a pin in that, and perhaps we might circle back to it. Ms. Yancey, did you want to?
I have one more
Ms. Griffin?
clarification for you, Councilwoman Yancey. The $10,000 change from 950 to 960, that was not increase of service. That was sending residents to collections.
Right, that, I
Um,
saw.
So
And I called neighboring departments who do send their residents to collections. And because it goes through a collection agency, the fees that they eat up, three of my counterparts in other cities have basically said like the return on that is minimal compared to a lot of those fees are ate up with the collection agency collecting those fees.
yeah, so you potentially upset the citizens by sending them to collections, and you don't really get a huge benefit back from it.
But I will say I did learn that this council is the only council that chose not to send their citizens to collections.
Oh,
The only council.
Yeah. Well, Chief, you have some things that we have shared with you.
Well, I do have one more question.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No worries. Go
The
ahead.
certifications, why did they go up about $100,000? Is that a reason?
That's just
We
the
have-
extra people. That's adding back all those 12 positions.
That's bad, but I think we know we're not gonna do 12.
Yeah, so
9.
so it'd be 9.
So that number will go down too?
It might go down a little bit, but I'd have to go and look.
And those-
Typically, when you hire brand new, they don't have a lot of certifications. But
Correct.
the 9 that we're saving already do, and so that's what most of that number is built from.
It went from 200,000 to 300,000, so that's why I was kind of.
Yeah, so that the 200,000 is cutting
All
the-
12.
all 12.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
And if
adding back is where you get there.
if we were to say we're gonna keep the 9 that we have, those guys have already, they've already got
Certification.
certifications because they've been with us long enough to do training, professional development. If I hired three new people right off the street, it would be a minimum of 3 years before they were really starting to.
Certification for employee per year.
It varies on level of training, the number of classes they've taken.
Let's do $1,000. That's a lot. Now, and I'm just asking, because I don't know the standard.
There's only
Like paramedics, give
Yes.
example, give paramedic
Yeah.
certification, Chief.
So to become a paramedic, like if we hired a firefighter who is also by state requirement of an EMT basic, there's no certification paid there. Now they have an incentive to go, the city and the union agreed that we're going to provide them an incentive to become a paramedic because that improves the quality of care.
And the city pays for it.
The city pays a monthly certification pay for paramedics.
Them being a paramedic, how much is that a month?
It's $1,000 a month to be a
For
paramedic.
one paramedic.
And it takes
And how
2.5
many-
years, it takes 2.5 years to become a paramedic.
But I guess my question is it an option? We have to pay for that? The city pays for that, not the employee?
The city pays the certification pay.
The bonus
Oh,
for
the
being,
bonus, okay.
yeah.
It's a cert pay. Once you have the cert,
That's what it is,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Once you-
I'm coming from academia.
oh no, once you obtain the certification.
You get compensated for the
You get
certification.
compensated for the certification.
Yeah.
That's-
And
Like,
that's
think-
the,
See, I'm thinking like a degree, we're paying for people to get.
So
But what
the,
we're saying,
the
we-
city policy,
Yeah, we're
the
paying
city
them for
policy
getting
book,
it. There you go.
the city policy does allow for education reimbursement.
Okay.
So there is a, if you're going to school to get a degree, the city will reimburse you for you provide a passing grade.
There are limits and maximums and everything on that. The average fire department person, and again, this is average, it varies pretty significantly based on kind of, which group you have, is about $8,200 a year is roughly the average in
Yeah.
certification paper.
Trying to see what we.
Yeah,
can-
no, and let's be clear, this is pay that is being paid to our fire officers based on achievements or certifications that they've achieved that will benefit our community.
100%.
Paramedics respond to emergency management, medical calls. People that live within the city are able to respond faster if there are emergencies or natural disasters. People that speak two languages receive bilingual pay because
Correct.
sometimes we encounter, this is I-45, you can encounter anybody on I-45, people that speak different languages. And so again, not to crystallize it so much to Ms. Yancey's, but for the people that are listening, so we're all on the same page on exactly what certification pay is.
And there are a lot of certifications that we do not pay for. Case in point, if you want to promote to the rank of captain in the fire department, you have to have your fire instructor certification, which means you're capable of training your shift, which helps increase our ISO rating, because we get counted for number of hours when ISO comes in and does a review. We get counted for number of training hours that we do that's under an instructor-led training hour. So our fire officer, our captains are required to be, actually our engineers are required to have there's 3 levels of fire officer or fire instructor. And your engineers and your captains are required to have instructor 1. We don't pay for that certification because it's a requirement for you to promote to get a higher pay rate. Same with fire officer 1 and fire officer 2. We don't pay for those 2 levels. Now, if you choose to go and get your executive level fire officer training, which is officer 3 and 4, we pay, I think for officer 4, it's $50 a month to have, but that's improving the quality of service that we deliver to the citizens. So.
All right, well, I said I think that when we look back at, when we circle back to the fire department, there's several things we want to look at. We want to see, Chief, what that reduction in service, reduction in force will provide in relation to reduction in service. How would that affect our response times? How would that affect the available personnel on scene? Because this is what makes it, again, a real story for our folks, and to give the community a real decision on what level of service we want. Secondly, I gave 6 or 7 items that I thought personally we might have a chance to trim the budget. Anything else at this point for the fire department, ladies and gentlemen?
Just the 3, we just might as well just freeze those.
Freeze the 3. Let's try to see if we can save the 9.
So what we will do is Chief and I will sit down either this evening or later this week, and we will go through and rerun the numbers based on saving the 9, right? Give you new numbers. We'll go and further cut anything we can strip it down to the bare bones, and then we'll bring you back what that
Okay.
number looks like.
Safety.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bring that proposal.
Yeah, so that number depends on how much I want to contribute from other areas as well to fire, but y'all can set, so just as an example, and I know we've talked a little bit, the parks fee, we'll talk more about it when we get to
Yeah.
Public Works, but the parks fee is $2 a bill. That generates roughly 165 to 180,000 a year, right? Depending on what the number of accounts we have currently are. And so, that's,
That's done by ordinance, correct?
yes, so we would need to create a new ordinance. You get it through legal and all of that stuff,
Yeah.
but similar principle would apply.
$5 not to have drive-by shooting.
So I do have
Not
some,
that what?
Drive-by shootings.
Oh.
I do have a response time on what you were asking about. So
Yeah.
our current response times for last fiscal year were about 7 minutes. The national average is 8 minutes and 59 seconds. That's with the staffing of 12. And because we have slowly brought ourselves up to the current staffing level over the period of time, our response time when we were at 9 from 11, we're at 9, was 8 minutes. So it increases. And if we were to cut back to 12, the response time, because when we were at that level, our average response time was greater than 10 minutes.
Okay.
So
So I think we need to see all of that in a package. And again, like we started out, a package that when people in our communities read it, they get it. They put this with this, get past all of the questions so that they can actually think about it and decide, and be sure on which way they want to direct the council. The easier the information is to digest and understand, the better direction we'll be able to get, the more feedback we'll be able to get.
Yeah, we'll create an actual one pager
Okay.
that, it won't look exactly like this. It'll contain more information, but
Yeah.
that has everything, this is what happens if we cut all 12 positions and what that kind of translates to. This is what we save the 9 that translates to. This is what 12 translates to, both from a budget and a revenue generation and a timing.
And we don't care about the one that was eliminated, right? Are you gonna keep those numbers in?
They'll look very different than this. Again,
Okay.
these were created in, I believe, January. So even from January to before we started, there was some changes, but we'll produce a one page that somebody can come and just pick up that says fire and EMS, and this explains the whole fire and EMS situation to them.
Because what we're driving towards is a stage, a platform that will start with how we got here. It will be incumbent upon you to share with the community the actual pitfalls, how we got in the situation we're in, so that in their minds, the issues might become apparent, acknowledged, validated, addressed, and then we can move from that place into now whether or not they want to save their fire department, their police department as is. So everything you started from the beginning, all of the fact finding, all of the, we went through this, we went through that, this is what we found. The real, total, complete, transparent reason we're in the situation we're in, fully. That's the way out of this. Unless and until, and I think we're in that direction, but unless and until the people can fully understand how we got here, they're not going to fully support how we get out of here. Right? So it has to be, again, a narrative, a story. This is where we started. These are all the things that have happened. This is where we are now. Here's the fork in the road. People of Lamarck, which way are we going? But they can't make that decision until this part gets resolved. Make sense?
Yep.
All right, that's fire. I see the wonderful folks, the wonderful 3 wise men.
So we actually have
The-
development services before we get to
The
PD.
3 young, oh man, I wanted to get to the 3 wisest, youngest, most handsomest people in the building. That's Chief Franklin, Chief Wagner, and Lieutenant Gandy. Y'all ought to see him back there looking debonair, sophisticated, and graceful. Thanks, Chief. So you, also Chief is staying. Are you representing the developmental services?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Let's go. Where are you at?
All right. So again, budget starts with funding the reserve and emergency fund,
Absolutely.
right?
What page are we on, Ward?
It's the very next page.
All right.
You flip it over.
I see police.
You went one
I
page
went
too far.
Ah, there it
Yep,
is.
Yep. One more, Ms. Yancey.
So development services on the fire.
Yes, they report up through fire. That's correct.
They used to be by themselves though. But now they're on the fire. Remember that? You didn't know that. You got switched.
They technically are still their own budget line. I guess I'm currently responsible for it.
A lot.
Yeah, it just reports, yes, kind of like, you know, IT and court and utility billing report up through me, but they're still their own departments.
I just like the model when development was by themselves. Not just me.
And
But
there's a new
that's
city
what
manager
we
who's
can do.
who will be here next week.
Yeah.
And, you know, they might want to
Yeah.
make that change. So, getting started on development services, the big thing here is we are in the middle of the transition from outsourcing essentially everything,
Inspections and plans reviews and
you know, all that stuff, to bringing it all in-house, right? So our in-house inspector is literally inspecting as we speak, probably. And so that's something we're really excited about. We have the new director that literally just started yesterday. And so, you know,
They're not here? They're not coming? Development.
I did not bring him in today because he literally,
he hasn't had a chance to look at any of these numbers. So,
I would like you to bring him. Cause I
Okay.
think, I think because of the issue that we've had in the past, I think it's important that he be present.
we can have,
Yeah. You need to,
we can have him head over.
cause that
Is this
area,
what we-
that area.
Or
has
are you
been-
talking about this year?
Sorry, I'm talking about
Okay.
this one, but if you want to look at, that version, it's,
It's in the fire department packet though, right?
yes, it's, so towards the very end.
Okay.
And that's because we've had some.
Oh.
issues in that department. Mayor, I was asking them if the development person could come back. I know he just started, but just because we've had so much turnover in that area.
It has been a department that have had
Yeah, yes.
a lot of tumult.
If he could come, the new person.
He's on his
that
way.
just got hired.
And present?
Well,
he
just not
can't present. He literally started yesterday morning.
But I just wanted to be present to hear
Okay,
the
he can be a part.
expectation,
I got you, I
right?
got you.
This is the expect, cause
He started, is he here
He started yesterday morning. He's on his way over from his office.
right now? Cool, good deal.
I still got my notes from last time worth.
Yep. So, kind of going back to it, so we are in the middle of that transition, right? Of saying, we're sending everything out, we're paying outside entities
About
a lot,
$30,000 a month.
a lot of money to do these services, right? So we had talked to y'all about, last year, one of the big things was to get this transition and bring it in-house.
Now, this department wasn't over budget? Was it over? Did it ever go over budget?
It has gone over budget in the past, I believe.
Could you let me know that number tomorrow? Or
Yes, we will.
Just to kind of know where we need to kind of make it leaner or watch it a little bit.
Yes, we will definitely let you know that. Now, I will note that this department is a revenue generator,
Right. It is.
right? So everything about this department is about generating revenue for the city. And so unlike a lot of other departments that are keep the city compliant, functional, allow things to happen, this department specifically is a revenue generator. So it does generate significantly more revenue than it costs.
We also took a look at the schedule of fees, and because that one hasn't been updated since 22. Yes, ma'am. Fire fees got updated in 24 when we went to the new fire code, which is why we're about 3% low. when we looked at neighboring cities and some of the other things, we're around 10% lower than we should be on building permit fees, but um, 10
10%?
as a rough estimate.
Each fee is a different number,
Our-
but kind of.
Our schedule of fees is a disaster. It needs to be cleaned up, and the gentleman that we hired from a neighboring city has a pretty clean, user-friendly version from where he came from. So we're gonna try to take our fees and make that fee schedule look a little more user-friendly. So you guys will definitely see a resolution with new schedule of fees sooner rather than later, but
Yeah,
in
we
order
do.
for us to do it, it's gonna take us some, a month, maybe two, to get all that squared away.
Before I forget, because I've been meaning to ask this question, I think we can ask this question. How much did the city make from the $101 million Marque High School project? What did that, I mean, can we
I-
find out?
We can find out. We have to go look through the specific
Yeah.
ones associated.
Yeah, and
And
fees,
permit
and
fee?
permit fees and all that, like what did that generate for the city? I was asked that question and couldn't answer it, so I would like to be able to answer that question. Are you the new person?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Welcome, sir. Mayor Pro Tem was over here gossiping about you. That's him, that's him, that's him. So since that's you, would you please introduce yourself to our community?
Robert Cantu. I'm the new service development director, come from a city close by.
Okay.
This is my second day.
That's all we're gonna do to you, so you're okay.
Robert Cantu?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, welcome, Mr. Cantu. Absolutely. We're delighted to have you.
So Mr. Cantu comes from a neighboring city, comes highly recommended. I will tell you a little bit about him. He is a retired military veteran. He is also a retired master peace officer. He worked for several different police departments before he decided that he wanted to get into the developments or the building inspection games and put himself through the inspector classes. He holds a master plumbing license, a master plumbing inspector's license. I'm sorry, there's two different
things, yeah.
two different things, and they mean vastly different statements. So he is certified through the ICC to do in-house inspections and other things. He comes highly qualified and highly recommended. We are lucky to have this man, and he has some pretty good ideas just based off of him and I having conversations about how to decrease the around $400,000 that we're outsourcing to various third parties.
Yeah. And just to bring back real quick, Mayor, before you go, this is an idea that we brought to you previously,
Right.
and it is still the correct way to go. We just were unable to fully implement, either due to unable to find inspectors that we could hire, and so you're going to see the effects of it this year. But yes, it's not a brand new concept.
So how many people are in this department total, in development services?
There are 6 positions, right?
We
No.
have three permit
7
tech positions, development admin, a building inspector, a multi-trade inspector. We don't call them a multi-trade inspector, the
Planner position.
the
and
planner, and the
7.
development services director. So 7 total.
7
That's
positions.
it.
Oh, so it's 7.
And
7.
2 are open.
2 are
right?
open. That's correct.
Yes,
What are-
Two of the 7?
Mhm.
yes, the planner position, which he
permanent
has
director.
already expressed an idea on adjusting that role to benefit a little bit different, and one of the permit tech positions, also adjusting that role to be do a little bit more to help benefit the overall decrease in third-party spending.
Yeah, the real goal is to bring as much of the work in-house as possible.
We will have to keep a third party for overflow
Right.
during times of influx. I mean, obviously with all of the construction going on at 45 and 1764, there just may be some need for an overflow inspector because of their timetables. I mean, most of us,
Yeah, I don't think we have a problem with that, of using them. It's just, I remember when I first got on
the
council.
amount that we're using them
Right.
is the problem.
There was such a bottleneck in development services. Remember, people were complaining that we weren't doing the job in a fast enough way. Yeah, that's why I wanted you here, so you can hear some of the issues. I'm sure you've heard some about some of the turnovers that we've had in the last year, and also before that, our community members and businessmen were complaining that the permits were not being done in a timely fashion. Projects that should have taken 2 or 3 months were taking 8 to 9 months, just because there was not any type of efficiency. And so it'll get great for a year, and then it'll go back to just, so it's obviously a department that has to be watched. And it's obviously in a department that has to be evaluated pretty regularly to make sure that those revenues do come in, right? And so now that we have a better software system, and I keep saying it over and over again, because we spent $800,000 on that software system, which we could have turned into something different. Those were ARPA funds. Some cities did do something different. They created housing programs. They did different things. We decided to put it into a software system because we knew ours was archaic. But I would like to see that it work, so we'll be able to see the revenue quicker. And so I'm praying you will be with us at least 3 years, hopefully, because we can't keep one for 6 months. But it has a lot to do with the community and how the community feels about us. Because I am an educator, I heard a lot about when they were building the high school about the inefficiencies in Marque, and that was very embarrassing. So I'm hoping that we can fix that issue.
Well, I can tell you, as somebody who is, definitely not computer literate, being in the
Yeah.
current system versus the new one.
Yeah.
The new one is more user friendly. I think that once we get it up and going, we're going to probably find ways to improve it.
Okay.
But it has that ability, because the old system doesn't. It just isn't. We're just not supported like we should be with the old system. So I too have high hopes for the new system. I'm hoping it lives up to its $800,000 price tag. But I do feel like it is definitely, for me, it's easier to use. And if I can use it, then people who are in it on the daily, it should be a whole lot easier.
So you're not talking about cutting anything in this position, in this department? 'Cause I know
Just the amount that we're spending third party.
Yes, the amount.
And how much is that?
30,000 a month.
Is that already accounted for?
Yes.
So Chief Merriman said that Mr. Cantu had some ideas for additional cost savings. Have we entertained those ideas?
We literally just had that conversation at 7:30 this morning.
So what's taking you so long, Chief?
So it is.
I'm falling behind, Mayor. I'm sorry.
So what I can say is, if you look at the actual line items, the one line item that would be in discussion to reduce is that professional services line item. We've cut it in half from last year with his ideas and honestly, the effectiveness of the inspector we have in-house. We could probably cut that further.
The 600,000 number?
So it was 600,000. We were
We cut it to
200.
4.
We cut it, well, it's probably going to cost us 5 this year. We've cut it to 2 in anticipation of, now we have an inspector who's out working. We've got a director who can help and assist in those places. If we're able to implement the ideas that he sort of had and kind of extrapolate that out, that is something that probably could go down to 100,000.
All right.
But that's really that's the one line item that has a little bit of wiggle in it.
Yeah.
And that really depends on how conservative you want to be.
Yeah. No, I think again, we're trying to, at this point, I still see Chief Merriman, so I'm trying to help us save 9 firefighters. And so
Well,
100 from the overtime, 100 from here.
We
And
that-
need him to sit at the table this entire time.
But that also keep in mind that
Mr. Cantu, can you respond to fires too? Never mind. No. I'm teasing, not teasing.
that fluctuation does depend on commercial growth in the town. Like, if you looked, interesting thing that I was looking at, if you, in the fire revenues, where you saw the plans review fees and inspections, one year we had over $100,000 we did, and then one year was 60,000, and then another year was 100,000, and I can, because I was doing those that year, one of them was the year that we had the big Amazon boom, and then we had Haley, and then we've had, it seems to flow, but it goes up and down based on when the major projects come to town.
Sure, yeah.
So-
And we have one that's actually in town right now,
Shops.
the shops at
shop.
Lamarque, so that's gonna be a
Big move.
huge, yeah.
Our
Lot of activity.
our fire plans review guy spends the bulk of his day looking at plans to keep those guys moving forward, because they have a pretty tight timeline in between.
You sent me 2 emails, so you need to look at that email. They just sent it about it, that they're behind, something's happening. And those are the type of emails I don't like to get with the shops of Lamar.
One of those, I believe, is a miscommunication between his contractor and it's not we know where the issue, I just have not had a chance to talk to the gentleman.
Yeah.
Again, I'm falling behind.
Yeah, that's why you got 2 departments. I mean, you have 2 departments that were separate departments now under you. That's a lot.
Well, and
Yeah.
that was what the city manager and finance and everybody felt needed to happen temporarily. And so I'm here to do whatever the citizens need.
Yeah.
I respect that. Citizens have concerns about multiple hats and which role takes priority. I think that's where the confusion comes in. It's
am-
not you. It's a topic of conversation.
It always is. It's called, in
All
the-
other
well,
duties,
in
that's maybe a.
the fire service and the police department and mayor's gonna know exactly what I say when I say span of control. That's exactly what is a concern, is span of control. And when it comes to myself and, even Chief Franklin taking on other things and Worth taking on other things, at the end of the day, we are, and I'll throw another term out there called a servant leader. Like we're here to do what the citizens need us to do.
Exactly.
And,
Yeah.
I promise my wife and kid would really like for me to be home a little more
I know,
often.
that's what
Yeah.
I'm-
But they also understand that this is just we're just in this
Yeah.
patch, and
What else? Yeah.
we're gonna come out on the other end stronger because, well, that's what Lamarque does.
And that's the narrative that people need to hear. And I think that's what Mayor Pro Tem is getting at.
I appreciate the
Yeah.
hats,
Mhm.
because if you wouldn't put it on, it would still be sitting. And it would not satisfy residents' concerns. So I appreciate those that take on multiple hats and know when to say they need help or they don't have the bandwidth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Anything else on development services, ladies?
No, so you're saying it's gonna have the revenue to.
Yes, so we are, again, the revenue on the spreadsheet doesn't include the potential increases to the fees, because he just told me about that late yesterday. So the revenue will go up a very slight bit. It's still a conservative estimate, because what we don't want to do is budget on a dream, because that's where we get in trouble. So we want to maintain our revenue.
Under promise and over
Yeah,
deliver.
we want to maintain, yeah.
So, but I would like to know too, the projects that are coming. Could you provide something like that for us? Or maybe we'll wait till the new city manager comes, but just to know what projects are coming in so that, we could,
I would, if any projects coming into the city, I always try to defer to Alex over at the EDC, because some of those projects come with non-disclosure agreements and
Right.
and I don't,
no, I'm
Yeah.
talking about ones that are already, they're out.
oh.
And already in process, already
Oh, yeah,
being
we've-
We
developed.
haven't
Yeah.
been updated, and
Yeah.
I think, cause we asked for one, and so we decided, cause
So-
not much had changed
So we
from the
can,
last one.
we
and
can
Ms.
certainly
Holly.
go back and Mr. Cantu and I, we can go back and look through and come back with
Public record permits that have been,
not even public, just, open projects we got going right now, like.
things that are public record is what I'm saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
like,
And
well,
it is-
like the academies going and
There you go.
the marshals and the home, that's all public record now. That's all going. right there.
Something completely different.
We have we
No,
also have we have a Dollar General or Dollar Tree
Right.
going up, and then the AutoZone's going. Like we can pull together a list of the open projects that we have going to provide the, that's not a,
Because what that does is it gives us some institutional knowledge, right? To be able to, because we do this every year. And it'll help us to know what to look for when we get this budget. Like some of the questions Mayor asks, he's asked because he has that experience, right? He knows where to look. And we want to make sure that we're educating our council members to know where to look, where the extra revenue might come in. Because finance people are always gonna be like, cut.
well, and
No.
Mayor's real good at speaking firemen too. So sometimes I
Oh,
don't
no.
ever take offense to some of the questions
We
he
let
asks.
him have that.
Yeah.
Well, he
Okay.
I can stand up here and talk tech all day long with him,
Yeah.
but he knows how to ask a question that will trigger me to say it to where everybody else understands it. So he likes to throw up the softballs and let me try to crush him out of.
About the park.
And I'm sponging over here.
And and then for me, I've never heard anyone want that much of a drastic cut. That's a lot. And so we've got to try to find a way to keep our personnel,
Sure.
but also make the right decisions for the entire city.
You know, and it's always easy to go in and cut when you don't have the best employees on the planet. And that's what the citizens have here is, you know, from the fire department to the police department to public works, and, you know, all these guys, they work as hard as they can to do the job, to do all the jobs that they're tasked to do. And, you know, the fire department, I say it all the time, the fire department's the toolbox of the city, and, you know, they want a portable AC moved over to the library. We're gonna go move a portable AC and install it, and, you know, we do what we can with, you know, what we've got, and that's what, you know, that's what makes it hard when you're talking about cutting people out of a department that, you know, has great employees. Nobody wants to see anybody lose, but when you got guys that, you know,
Right.
really love to work here, it's like, man,
And we're at war. So
that's why you guys wear the,
Come on,
we're-
Iran.
you guys wear the heavy hats. So-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so big things, you know, we'll have a quick talk and figure out how much we're comfortable cutting that professional services number down. That would, you know, decrease some expense. And then we'll go through and update the revenue based on the new numbers. That'll increase it a little bit. Probably between $50,000 and $100,000, depending
Yeah.
on how that goes. So those changes will be made, right? So that is about $150,000 of potential available, depending on what the numbers.
Yeah.
So to
Um,
save the 9, you're gonna come back and show us how we do that?
I'm going to do my best.
Okay.
Um, but yes, but those are really the only,
Maybe have to go through all departments.
yes, I mean, there's still a lot of stuff that, you know, we need to talk about and everything. So, but that's really the only kind of like movable numbers
There we go.
in this department.
Just a clarification, this is development services that have 7 staff members who we are not cutting any.
At this time, we are not cutting any. that is
Okay,
correct.
and then the 2 open positions, are we planning on filling them?
Yes.
So we had those
Double.
open.
Mhm.
We've gotten a few applications, but the one thing that I'm a firm believer in is letting a director hire his staff. So we literally just kind of put a pin in it to let
Okay.
Mr. Cantu evaluate what he's got. And, you know, those 2 positions were put in under a director that is no longer with the city.
Okay, I got you.
If we have the opportunity that he has a different idea, maybe he sees a better way to use those personnel as opposed to where they originally
That's what I
planned.
was
So
asking.
Didn't have a planner and that was the issue, so, yeah.
we've never,
I remember that, when you don't have planners, something happens.
we've never really had a true planner to say. So, we've always used, you know, loan,
Outsourced it.
loan from Attico, who does an amazing job and
We just
and-
can't afford them right now.
very expensive. And they, you know, a couple of people in that company, you know, they take a lot of phone calls and they've helped me out a lot without And I don't ever see a bill for some of those things, so some companies will charge you for every phone call and
But
those-
you're gonna have a plan or some sort of.
in some way, shape, we're gonna let him evaluate his team and see where he sees fit. But we have talked about maybe that planner being a hybrid,
Yeah, hybrid, yeah.
so.
And for
Well,
those of us,
so you know how that area has kind of.
what does the planner do? Do we go out and?
It sounds like a great opportunity for you to answer a question.
Yes,
There it is. There it is, Mr. Cantu.
They were waiting on you to grab the mic.
yes, yes, ma'am. So, it's actually, they do a lot. Whenever, we get, projects coming in and everything, they will set the foundation of, this is the expectations for, to meet our municipality requirements, state, federal laws and everything else on everything.
Mhm.
They will schedule out and conduct their section of the plan review, because there's
Mhm.
multiple sets. The different eyes have to look at certain plans and everything. They'll help conduct the plotting, the platting. That's their direct line for the builders and investors and all that.
Okay.
So they basically plan the entire process and the experience from idea to implementation in our community as it relates to federal law, state law, building standards, codes, ordinances. They plan the whole process. They make sure that all the elements are in place, and they make sure that the laws and the ordinances are being interpreted specific to that particular development, and they make sure that all that is in compliance.
Yes, sir. Then it goes to the plan reviewer,
Okay.
and then the plan reviewer will meet the code stuff of the building itself, and then the fire marshal.
Who's the plan reviewer?
Oh, we currently don't have one, but I'm going to be.
You're going to be acting at at this point? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that at this point today that they are under the fire department, because it makes it easier for us fiscally to be able to try to reconcile this group. We can get this group reconciled and get the budget balanced in this group, then we can kind of take the next section, which is PD, and figure out how to balance that group, and then instead of being all over the place, kind of keep them in little buckets as they are naturally working with one another. So,
If our costs are 10% lower, that's a place
Yeah.
of revenue too.
yeah.
And that was, based off of the last time I sat in front of y'all, we were discussing, fees, and we knew that the fire department fees went, because we do them when we do code adoptions, and the building fees didn't get looked at. So, and that is literally a rough fireman math, looking at what other cities have for building permit fees versus what we're doing. And we are definitely low, because we haven't updated since 22. So it's time to do it, but it's also, if we're going to take the time to do it, I would like for y'all to allow us a little bit of grace to make it more user friendly for contractors, because that fee schedule is just massive. And
And that's what Alex said before too,
yeah, so
that it wasn't.
we just kind of want to streamline it, make it a little more user friendly. And I think with the new system coming online soon, a little bit of time and effort, we can make it a little more user friendly and make it easier to find on the city's website as well.
Yeah.
I just remember when the architect from Marque High School came, and he said, well, I just went from your website. Remember that? We were like, you should have met with a planner. You should have got the correct
Yeah.
numbers.
And we used to have what was called a permit coordinator, who kind of did some of those roles, but not all of those roles. Even that person would have been a contact person for them to go, oh, well, here's a better idea of what we should be doing.
So we just have some loose angles that we need to,
Yep.
gaps we need to close.
This is one of the departments that, unfortunately kind of has been floundering, and,
Yeah.
we're,
Because if you got loose gaps, that means you're leaking, you're losing
Mhm.
money.
we are,
Hemorrhaging.
yeah.
Hemorrhaging.
Oh, he said, see, I didn't say that. He said.
Yeah. I-
Yeah.
When
We
you
got
when
to
you
stop the bleeding.
when you see the check request for $40,000 a month for third-party plan reviewers and inspection services.
Enough for that.
It's necessary because we didn't have the in-house people, but it didn't really take long for me to sit and go,
Understand.
man, we can do that in-house for less. And, things happen for a reason. We got what I feel like is a supreme candidate for that position. And, based on conversations him and I've had, even before he officially came on board, he's got a lot of good ideas. So,
Well, in all due respect, they said that about the last two.
yes, ma'am.
So now is the time to produce, and let's be excellent, and let's try to keep someone.
And
I'm looking at you.
The one thing I will say about that, the one thing I will say about that, Ms. Yancey, to your point, and I don't know this man from Adam, it's my first time meeting him, but I think the idea that makes me hopeful in that area is that it keeps being brought to our attention that he comes from a neighboring city, which means some folks must have watched him come to work and go home and come to work again and go home. And if that's true, then we're gonna be batting at least 1,000 on that one alone.
And to expound on that yourself, sir, we have, the last two were hired via Zoom interview.
Oh.
And I am here to say that there is something lost in a Zoom interview.
That's what
If I can't see you face to face, like there's something lost in a Zoom interview. And it happens that way, but the neighboring city thing, it goes back to, I'll even just a little bit of historical information about the Lamarque Fire Department. Since we started as a paid fire department, had a paid fire chief, only 4 fire chiefs have been hired from within the city. The external fire chiefs that were brought in, they weren't bought in here. They didn't believe here. They didn't believe.
Not bad people, just
Didn't
I
bleed
get
blue
your
and
point.
gold.
I got
They
you.
just didn't bleed blue and gold. And that,
Makes a difference.
it's the ownership, the buy-in. So when you bring somebody in that's a local person, you get that buy-in because it's close to the community. So they're just bought into what's happening in our community. And that's why I'm hopeful here.
Yeah. Let's, we wanna definitely see those changes. I think they're important. I think it is important to develop an idea, a concept of an idea, surrounding some sort of way that we would be able to, potentially in the future, provide, support for our, perhaps even if it's just the fire service, or I thought Ms. Yancey, maybe, Mayor Pro Tem suggested even the public safety. I don't know what that looks like, but I do know that that might be something that our community members might be interested in so that they can understand and see, right, all of what they are providing for in the budget. And so then that way, the tax rate would be more consistent with other municipalities around us based on the services that we all provide. And then those additional services we provide can be seen, appreciated, evaluated, validated through this system. And I think it's worth at least a discussion.
I will note, we are lower than our surrounding
Yeah.
cities by
And it's hurting
a
us.
not small margin. Yeah.
And it's hurting us. And I think that and that's my point. That's precisely my point. We are lower, but we've added more services, or we have more services.
Yeah.
And people don't always reconcile those two things. They don't always appreciate that we have a paid fire department. And when they do, sometimes there's a disconnect from having a paid fire department and then appreciating that is coming from our tax dollars, right?
Yeah.
There isn't a reconciliation of the fact that we have an additional service that is saving lives, but also providing for $3, $4, $5 million extra in our budget will then somehow be translated into a perhaps slightly higher tax rate, right? You don't always get all that in one thought. Most people think about it in different ways, and we need to bring it together in one thought so that we can get direction from people to see how they want to be able to have those services provided and how they want to be able to expend their personal resources. Now, it is 12:40, and
The good news is lunch is here.
lunch is here. And so council, let's take, Mayor Pro Tem,
Good,
how many minutes?
15. I'm kidding.
Hour, you want the hour?
Second.
Second on which one? Hour, okay. Police, we will be back at 1:40 to be with bells on, to open this discussion with the police. And so I think it's important that we get these two done.
See what you
thoroughly.
did there, Mayor,
You see what I did? Police. Which
with
one?
bells on.
With bells on. We stand in recess until 1:40. Hard start, hard start.
Nice meeting you.
Mr. Gantu, good luck to you and Godspeed. Ready on that side? All right. Good evening, everyone. We are back. It's about 1:45, August 18th. Let me share with us before we proceed. Earlier, I believe when we were opening the meeting, I said August 19th. Today is August 18th. And I want to make sure that on the record, we're clear on what the day is. I was one day early, excited about August 19th, apparently. I don't even know why I was excited, but
You just thought we were further along in the process.
here we are. It wasn't even my birthday or anything. I just wanted it to be so. Anyway, in any event, we stand corrected for the record. And we are excited to continue this process with Mr. Ferguson, who is our acting city manager and our permanent finance director. We have with us this afternoon, in all seriousness, our police department, which we certainly are thankful for, our chief, Chief Franklin, as well as our deputy chief, Chief Wagner, as well as one of our lieutenants, who also serves as our union president for the police officers, police association. Those three gentlemen are with us here today, along with other staff, I assume, from the police department. And so we will now turn it over to Mr. Ferguson and get into the proposed changes to our police budget fiscal year 2026-2027. Mr. Ferguson.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. As we start every kind of new major section, this budget and any version of this budget that we come to will include a section of funds dedicated, as we talked about earlier, the very first thing dedicated in the budget is a reserve and emergency, right? And so everything else builds off of that. This allows us to rebuild the foundation of the city, ensure that we have money in what is like a savings account to be able to withstand whatever comes that we can't anticipate. Whether that be a natural disaster or an event like COVID that disrupts the functions of the city and the financing around that. With that being said, we are moving on to our amazing police department. There have been some small changes that have occurred in the draft that you have from me. In addition, the police department's been continuing to work through all the non-personnel side, and they have provided you a version of those expenses. I'm going to be literally entering those as y'all talk through them, so that I can give y'all more like total numbers that are more accurate. And then beyond that, the way it is set up right now is the no new revenue rate budget, that the big cut budget that funds 37 sworn officers. It funds 8 dispatch positions, which is 2 new dispatch positions, because we're bringing, nope.
No, that's 8.
10. You'll have 8. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, currently there are 8. It'll be 10.
We haven't budgeted the 10 yet because we don't have ink on contracts. So
They are in here, but
Are we talking about dispatchers?
yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was trying to read your material and I didn't hear that.
so 37 sworn officers.
Okay. That's what this budget has.
Yes,
Okay.
it is budgeted for 10 dispatchers. That will get taken out of the budget, as well as the revenue if those contracts don't sign.
If they don't sign, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just for me, there is 10, but we have 8 because 2 are waiting. We're waiting on 2 contracts.
Actually, we're waiting on 3 contracts. It might be as many as 4. We're still working through a lot of that stuff with the neighboring agencies.
Okay, so how many dispatch total?
So we currently have 8.
Okay,
We are adding 2 positions to account for the new the new call volume that would come if we bring on those other cities
okay,
into our network,
for a total of 10.
for a total of 10.
Okay, thank
There is also a crime analyst, which is funded primarily through grant funding, an evidence room clerk, an admin assistant. And am I missing anybody else? The 2 records are funded through the clerk's office now. So I think that's everybody. I believe that's everybody.
Okay.
The maintained service at the current level, based on discussions from last time, that would raise the number of sworn officers from 37 to 45.
Say that again?
So we got two different budgets we were working on, right? The no new revenue and then the maintained service. So the other's 45, correct?
So 45 is if we keep it the same at 41 cents.
No, we'll still need to, again,
Okay, I'm sorry.
yeah.
So what is the 45 based on?
The 45 is
What we have right now?
based on what we have right now and what y'all want the service level to be.
Okay.
Because I believe we were at
We're a year
41
from that.
right now,
We are at 43 right now.
43 right now.
We have two in the academy. They'll be certified later in the year. Gandy,
But the budget is for 45 or 43?
The
45.
budget's for 45.
So here's where we get back, and I think we got the answer, but I think we need to keep reinforcing this answer. Today, they have 43 officers, Chief. You have 43 officers?
Yeah,
43.
yes, sir.
Hmm?
Yes, sir.
And we're maintaining those 43 worth. We are maintaining 43 officers at a $22+ million budget. And yet, the suggestion, the recommendation is that somehow, with similar amount of resources, that we have to make a difficult decision to eliminate was it 53? Is that what it was, 52?
52.
15 positions worth. 15 positions. And 8 of them will put us at such a disadvantage in the level of service that we are able to provide that it just seems to be, it's disconcerting, it's disturbing. It is not realistic. It does not seem to be community focused. Seems like we are strictly looking at numbers. And again, let me qualify what I'm saying. It's a budget workshop, and it is your role to present a budget. It is your role to present that budget from your level of expertise. You know more about finances than us. But we know people, right? And we know what that level of expectation is. And so we have to get to a place that there is a happy medium. We cannot continue to act like we are up here making decisions on paper that will not affect people's lives personally. And that's what we've been doing. And I warned you this morning, or I shared with you this morning, that this is going to start to turn, right? Because these things are now becoming more real. And it is outrageous to think on some level that we can casually cut 12 firefighters, 15 police officers, 6 public works staff members, and not be severely impacted, right? So we have to start figuring this out, Worth. I know that you're coming from a place, perhaps, that communities and governing bodies don't really, folks don't ever really stand their ground to those folks. And perhaps there's a level of truth to that. And I get where you're going with it. But for people who perhaps take those observations, what they don't understand is that there are 20,000 people behind us, that this is real life. They're 30 seconds away from losing a mother. 15 seconds away from losing a father. There is a police officer short of solving a crime or preventing a crime or saving someone's life. So we got to get serious about being realistic about there's going to have to be some compromise, because what I am witnessing from my colleagues is that there will be no cutting of any public safety official. And if that's true, what my conscience says is that there should not and will not be any cutting of any public works personnel, because that's not fair, right? So we have to be more realistic, not about what numbers look like on a paper, but we have to become more realistic, and I'll step back, about what these numbers mean for the lives of people. And we're putting people's lives in jeopardy because we're having this discussion, this grand, beautiful, wonderful, excellent, appropriate discussion, purposeful discussion about finances from a municipal perspective. But we have not considered what municipal government is here to do: provide a level of services that are consistent for the people that live in and call the municipality home. That is the focus. That's what we'll eventually get to. Now, I'll step back. Wonderful presentation that's been made by you. And Chief, is this your handiwork?
I cannot take credit for that, Mayor.
And he's.
That is y'all asked me to get everybody involved in the budget with my staff, so that's what I've done. Shannon Carlack, our office assistant, has put that together. If y'all will look on the last page, y'all need to scratch through one line that I missed yesterday, which is FBINA dues. Y'all can scratch that off, and that total will be $4,800. I don't go to that. Don't care about going to it. Anyway,
Say that again, Chief. I'm sorry.
the last page, there's dues, subscriptions, and books. If you scratch through FBINA dues for Chief's annual membership, you can whack that out.
Just take
I'm not
that
a
out.
member of that, nor do I care about joining.
So that's what, for $200, take that out?
Yeah. And so that's kind of what we've been doing. So with that, Mayor, if we did have to lay off that many officers, this is what it means to the community. Basically, you're asking me to cut a whole patrol division out,
What division?
the whole division that I have working in patrol right now. These are the guys that are out there every day in the Marque units, doing the Lord's work, interacting with citizens, making traffic stops, responding to calls. Our response time to a 911 in-service call, you're looking at 8.5 minutes to 9 minutes.
Right now? Is
If
that
these-
what it is
if-
now?
No, sir.
Okay.
If you made these cuts right now, if you called 911, we can have a cop to you in about 2 minutes,
Two
2
minutes, okay.
on average. Our patrol shifts would go from a sergeant and a corporal and 3 officers, probably to a sergeant, a corporal, and 1 officer. That would means 3 policemen per shift. That would be covered midnights. 3 guys covering this whole city. On the back end of the business, we would have to restructure our CID, our crime scene units. Basically, there would be no community outreach that could be done. So those guys would have to fill those patrol positions, which means we would be taking detectives, having to put them back in uniform, and probably have a CID consistent of a sergeant, a corporal, and if we're lucky, maybe 2 detectives. Our crime scene unit would be down to 1 guy. Crime scene, they do a lot as far as fingerprints, DNA evidence, recovery, things like that. The other side of that, any evidence that we do get in, that would be limited. We would probably just have 1 person wearing 2 hats having to run the property and evidence room. Right now, we have a pretty good turnaround as far as taking evidence to the lab, getting it processed through to DPS and our private labs for DNA, things like that. There would be no cold case investigators, period. We have quite a few cold cases that we're working on. So it would be across the board, cuts that you would see in the police department. You know, that's just the cold hard reality of the facts. That's just where they would be. There would be an increased risk to the officers, where they wouldn't have a district partner being able to respond to them to a call. You know, with that, you probably would see an increase of, you know, not only safety to the officer, but also safety to the community members. If you can imagine trying to work a shooting with just 3 guys when you've got a crowd of people that are upset, emotional, and trying to calm that down, it would overwhelm what their purpose is. You know, first thing we want to do is life safety, stop the bleeding, get them medically triaged, get EMS there, and secure the scene where the fire department and EMS could make it on scene. That's tough to do with 3 people, you know, at 2:00 on a Saturday night. I've been there, I've done it. It sucks. Sometimes we would have to, you know, drop assist to other agencies, Dickinson, Texas City, Santa Fe, depending on where it happened. So that's what it would look like out on the street. There would virtually be any more narcotics investigations. You would see that impact the community, because it would just be futile to try to fund those type of investigations when you don't have that luxury of doing it. So, you know, our crime scene unit would have to revert back into patrol positions. That's the realization of what it's going to look like in Lamarck. I don't know, envision the early or the late 90s. That's what it was going to be. And I think they were staffed at about 25 officers back then. So that's kind of what you would be looking at with this right now. There's what I call the crime network. It's like, you know, cell phone, Lamarck's wide open. We can go back and do what we did. And so you would see that traffic that is kind of isolated over Highway 3, mostly in Texas City, that would be coming back to the streets of Lamarck. And that's what those cuts would look like.
Chief, you haven't even gotten to the fact that y'all have taken over a portion of code.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't even gotten to that part yet.
We are working through that. And if y'all want to have a separate on code, I'll be more than happy to tell y'all what we're doing with that.
Code is its own department. We'll get to that after.
Okay.
Indeed.
Okay. And how would those cuts impact this partnership that we're trying to enter into?
So we virtually would have to depend on Texas City a lot more than what we do right now. You know, with the call center stuff, I believe they would still come on board, but some of that would be funded through them. We're looking at adding revenue of roughly about $225,000 per year just to fund those positions, as far as providing service to the outside agencies that come on board with us. It would be hectic in that call center for our guys, because our calls, obviously calls for service would increase, because you would have less enforcement details, less enforcement out there. So you could see, you know, the repetitive type calls of, you know, loud music, narcotics dealing in the neighborhoods and things like that. We'd be totally reactive. We wouldn't be able to do anything proactive at all.
What do you see our crime rate doing?
I would see it going back up. I would see numbers probably in the area of like you know, 25,000 calls per year. I would see, you know, all the gains that we've made as far as the drive-by shootings, those would increase. The narcotics dealing would go back up. Aggravated assaults would go back up. You know, if you were over in Lamarck in the late 90s when I was riding around these streets, you would see probably the open area drug markets opening up again. I think we've done a real good job of the CSU unit and the crime initiative driving those numbers down. I mean, you can't argue with the facts where we've been able to cut them roughly 50% over the last 5 years. I think last year we only had 7 shootings. This year, I think we've only had 4 or 5. You would see those numbers go back up to those pre 2020 days when y'all decided to do the crime initiative. You would see that right back. And it wouldn't take long. You know, that's one thing that these folks are, you know, would love to go back to the way it was.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Can you tell me the number you said today you have 43, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We have 43. We've got 41.
43 or 42? Chief Wagner keeps saying 42 behind your back, Chief.
Oh,
Or either that or he's doing rabbit ears on you. I don't know.
43.
Okay.
40. We have 2 in the
43.
2 that had just started the police academy. They started last week. They're hating life right about now. Once they come on, they'll be sworn. One of them is the guy's got about 15, 20 years from Calcasieu Parish, Louisiana. We were lucky to grab him. He's just not state certified, so he's got to through the academy. And the other gentleman came on board and he's not certified.
Yeah.
So,
That would make you have 43
yes, sir.
when those 2 come out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
And so can we kind of have, I'm not sure if you already have said this or if you could say it again. We had 8 dispatch, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's included in that 43?
That's a separate number.
Okay.
Dispatch is a support service to us. So they kind of work, they do a rotating shift just like our guys do. They work 12 hours, they rotate with their shifts. And so it takes that many, you know, 2 at a time, typically that are in there taking calls just for our guys. So,
Okay, so
we
the
have
40, the 41 is all law enforcement, or 43?
yes, ma'am, all law
Okay.
enforcement, they're all cops.
Yeah.
The beautiful thing that I've found here in Lamarck, you know, when there's a call that drops during the day, if it's a good call, we all go. You know, I hear on the radio, our crime scene guys, when they're out doing what they're doing, if there's a call for service, they go. Our CID detectives, they respond to calls for service too as well right now. It is not out of the realm for me and Deputy Chief and Gandy from administration to jump in a police car and go make a call as it stands right now, because it's kind of like that's what we like doing. I'm still a policeman, but you know, I have all these other duties, but it's good to get back out on the street.
That's all.
Anyone else?
So I'm looking at your convention school and your travel, that's $43,000
Hang on. Let me flip over there. Okie dokie.
on the 3rd page.
Okay.
And that's, when you talking about conventions at school, you talking about conferences?
So there's an annual Chiefs conference where we get training that we go to every year. And we put $2,500. I don't think it's that expensive.
Oh, yeah, I
But,
don't have a problem with that, and I'm
yeah.
just looking at the 43,000.
and then there's a mandatory a fee for the Texas Chiefs of Police Texas Chiefs of Police Association. That's who our governing body is right now. We are very close to being a certified, accredited agency. We're going through that process right now. So that's the agency that does that for us. There are some benefits of that if we achieve that accreditation. Typically, it reduces some money on the back end on TML rates because we have the best Texas best practices policies in there. And so we're going through that right now.
Okay. And so the 5-year life access, that goes, the body cams,
Let's see, let me flip
you
over.
got round numbers, gee, that's why everything looks like an estimate, because all your numbers are kind of rounded. That's how I was getting nervous.
So Shannon actually pulled up all of this based off last year's expenses. I'm trying to find, 5-year assets, yes.
Right.
But we have to pay the Axon
Okay.
for both, just like some of our other dues and fees and things like that.
So what you were saying about cutting your patrol division?
Well, it would be across the board division. It would be the numbers that it would be just like if you took our patrol division and wiped it out.
Oh,
It would
that's
be
what-
across the board. I mean, CID, ID, crime scene,
Right.
all the other divisions.
Can I ask about the puppies?
Sure.
They are considered officers, aren't they?
No.
According.
I'm
to-
learning something
according-
today.
According to the Texas Penal Code, if you put your hands on a dog, it's like putting your hands on an officer. They
Okay.
are. There are penalties that are just like if you punched an officer, you get it for the dog. If you kill a canine in the line of duty, it's just like you shot a police officer. But yes, ma'am.
So they wouldn't be included in your number because this is something separate? And is there a certain number of canines?
So we have 4 canines. We have
Right.
one on every shift.
Mm-hmm.
We would try to leave the canines on the shifts that they're on because you would need those canines there regardless. And the canine officers here, they're dual purpose. They do the canine function. They also respond to calls. They don't have the luxury of not being a proactive unit. They have to go and take everything else just like everybody else does.
That's all so basically, 43 officers, 10 dispatchers, and there's 45 in the budget, as budgeted.
Yes, ma'am. So with the 45, if we get to 45, we would have the traffic safety unit up that's working, and also talk to you about the community outreach officer. That's going to kind of tie in a little bit here when we start talking about code enforcement. Not only will they be doing community outreach, doing the Citizens Police Academy to start that back up. They would have a very important role of what they would be doing with code enforcement to assist them in their function as we go through this transition.
So code enforcement's budget is separate,
Yes, ma'am.
but could you raise revenue and code enforcement to help the police? I mean, I'm just asking.
That's really up to y'all as far as what y'all want to do, as far as the fines.
Because we're having some people that have some real issues with the code being under police. I know Miss Holly did that before she left.
Right.
Could you, so the code would still have their supervisor, correct?
Correct.
And the 4 to 5 and,
So they have a supervisor and Chad, help me out, 3?
the 3 of them? 4.
4 total.
Okay, so kind of.
Supervisor
So
and 3.
those people would be the ones that go on the properties checking, and people are afraid that would give the cops, the ability to go on people's property without the proper notifications. Basically, I think that Lamar PD will abuse it.
No.
So I mean, I don't
Y-
think.
y-
he will,
You
but
know, so
some people are concerned about that. So I,
technically a police officer can enforce code.
Say it again.
Technically, police officers can enforce code.
Anyway.
Anyway,
Okay.
Because it's an ordinance.
it's an ordinance, yes.
Okay.
And so,
So maybe, and I'm just saying that because this is gonna be new for Lamar, right?
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
It was separate before.
correct.
And so what are you spending on when it comes to community engagement and community education on your budget? Where's that? Because I think we're gonna have to put some money in that area worth to make sure that this is a smooth transition. Because even before, I mean, it's already being kind of, put out there in a wrong.
So we have, advertising and promotion, we have about 26,000 in there.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Police does have a separate communications line as well.
Where's that?
It is,
Is that the $26,000 that he's talking about?
no, it's a separate line entirely.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we spend time educating our public on what the police can and cannot do now that they're supervising code. I just think we need to make sure that we make that a part of the community policing program. That's already been, I don't know if you've seen your city page, but on the city page, there's a lot of discussion about it. So I'm trying to understand what you just gave us and then what Worth just gave us. Where are the cuts? Cause I can't really tell.
I'm working on that number right now,
Okay.
which I will give to you all in a minute, but I can tell you it's not a cut. It's an increase in those expenses.
Oh, it's not, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta justify it, so let's see, cause this is where we overspent.
yeah. So we pulled all of our contracts for our operating supplies, all that from last year. We put all this together. What it costs as far as the business, like, someone, alert alarm, Cellbrite, Guardian, all of our stuff that makes the police department run. And we pulled that out to give you
I'm sorry, Chief.
an
How much is your budget per year? Do you know the full number?
7.4.
Last year, it was 7.9 million.
7.9.
Yeah.
Last year, the 25.
Or the year we're currently in, it was 7.9 million.
25, 26 budget.
Yep.
7 point what?
9.
7.9?
Yeah, a hair over that, yeah.
And what are we proposing that it be now? You're trying to come up with that number?
So, yeah, I'm trying to incorporate all of their items. The one that I have presented to you is basically 6,069,000.
So a $3 million cut.
A $1.9 million cut.
Or $9 million
Yeah.
cut, okay. So what you gave us here is another number from
Yeah, it doesn't, so I didn't have
that, okay.
these numbers. So I just went based off what history looked like some spending was when I was budgeting this. Now that I have these numbers, I'm working through what that looks like against the numbers that I gave you.
So
And I
last year, the 25.
I need a couple more minutes.
All right, now take your time, we good. 25 to 26, the police budget was 7.9 million. And this budget will be probably larger,
So until I have these numbers, I don't want to,
you know.
yeah.
How long have you had 41 officers?
43.
Well,
Well, they're
we just got-
41 now and 2 are
41 now.
in
Two are-
the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we just hit 41. About 3 weeks ago, we brought a gentleman on from the sheriff's office that came over. Actually, we brought 2 on, and that gave us the 41. So we've been working 37, 38, somewhere in that neighborhood since I've been here. We've done some recruiting. We've lost some. The ones that left, we were able to recruit and bring some new folks in.
Chief, So if you think about it from that perspective, so that we can pull it all out.
You know, you want to say, we're not hard. Yeah.
No, I don't want to bring the horse in the barn on this one. I want to pull it all out.
Okay,
I want to put it in the sunlight to be very balanced in our discussion. I'm not going to end up here, Chief, but you know, I have to walk through this section of the woods.
absolutely.
Chief, you
Not
just said, we're in the woods. Chief, you just said that you have been managing with 38 to 39 officers. Worth is recommending, based on the spending levels that we have set so far, 37 officers. And yet we are having this discussion about if that number ends up at 37, it will severely hamper our ability to provide safety to our community members. And yet are we doing it with 39? Because we have 39, or we just had 39, right? So we need you to flesh out and reconcile and make right this idea that if we don't have 45 officers, we are severely hampering our ability to provide service, versus the idea that we just had 38 officers and the world didn't end. Can you speak to that? And then
Sure.
I'll follow that with some other issues that I have.
So right now, on those shifts, we have to hire over on overtime.
Okay.
There is a ability to manage our budget on overtime right now. So when we're short, if we've got somebody out for maternity leave or somebody gets sick, we have to hire overtime to bring those in. So I'm paying for the officer twice. At 37 officers, department-wide, we would not be able to staff at 5 because guys are going to be burnt out, bottom line.
Yeah.
We had one guy who signed up for overtime who worked 7 days in a row. One is because he worked his regular shift, but then he worked 4 days over on overtime. And so you're paying for the officer twice. And that's not fiscally responsible for anybody to be doing that. We have had to, we fill some of our patrol shifts with some of our CID guys. On occasion, that pulls them away from a caseload, so they have to work patrol. At 37 department-wide, the number one response would have to be obviously responding to the call. And so they'd have to be pulled out of CID to fill those patrol slots
Okay. So
to do it, effectively and safely.
So the answer to that is the way that you get by is that you're hiring overtime the whole way. And
You
so
have to.
The danger in that, Chief, for those of us that are considering these issues, is that when you have officers work above and beyond their shift, it does something to them psychologically.
That it does.
They miss their families. They see more than their share of traumatic, negatively impactful experiences. It makes them tired, exhausted, jaded, bitter. Not every officer. We're just saying
Burnout.
patterns. Burnout is the word I was getting.
And what it does is they operate at a decreased capacity for mentally. They're not a mentally alert. They get into situations where normally if they'd have had, a 12-hour break, or a couple of days off for recovery, they miss opportunities. You can see the videos on it where officers get into shootings because usually the suspect will telegraph what they're going to do repeatedly over and over again.
And it's missed.
And they miss it. And you sit
Yeah.
there and watch the videos like, oh my God, how can he miss this? I mean, he keeps reaching in his waistband, He's not doing it to, feel the stomach. He's doing it for a reason. And so you see that it makes it more dangerous, not only for the officer, but also for the citizens. When they operate, having to cover 2 or 3 shifts a week extra.
And my point to help you bring that out is the idea that it isn't always the best policy to have the minimal amount of officers. And in fact, especially when you're dealing with communities that are um, vulnerable, right? Communities that require, for lack of a better term, more police protection. Communities that many of them are at a lot of your lower end socioeconomic statuses. Those communities actually become more vulnerable
They
to
do.
abuse. If there is
Absolutely.
any abuse from police officers, we're not speaking of Lamarck officers, we're speaking of policing in general right now. You
I-
have tired officers that are overworked. They go into communities that actually require more of their care and their attention, but they're burned out, and disastrous things can happen, is what you're suggesting.
Absolutely. If you look back at you look at some of the major incidents in Baltimore, Miami, list could go on, where they operated in those deficits. Houston is a prime example. Early to mid 80s, where they had hiring freezes. The guys were working a lot of overtime. They were working short staffed. There were a lot of major incidents that happened in Houston, right up the road from us, 30 miles. A lot of that contributed to just those things where the guys were exhausted. They were burnt out. We don't recognize the burnout signs back then like we do now, but it happens. And it takes a while for that to be countered. You know, specifically here in Lamarck, we got growth. I know that the new growth is going to bring us more calls for service, without a doubt. We're building rooftops. We have new subdivisions coming in. They're building on them every day. We've got the new, shopping markets that are coming in. That's going to drive a lot of things in this community. We know for a fact that we'll probably have to make that a separate district, once again, for a police district, just on that side of town, because we will have more calls there. Because you have more traffic, you have more folks coming in, on their way to Galveston or just coming to Academy from the neighboring community. I don't think people really realize what that Academy is going to do for the city of Lamar. There will be no need to go to Webster anymore to get a softball glove. We can do it right here. That's, you're going to be driving that community from Alvin and Santa Fe and everywhere else. There might be people from Galveston that come up here because it is an older academy. They don't have a great selection on an island.
And they've closed.
Oh, they did close.
Yeah, the academy in Galveston closed
I did not
so
know
that the academy in Lamarck
Ah,
can.
well, then
can-
they're gonna
can-
come here.
Yeah, they basically just relocated.
yeah, that's what's going to happen then.
Chief, so let's get down to the nitty gritty of it all. I want
All right.
To the.
to the nitty gritty of it all.
I have the numbers, Mayor.
You have the numbers?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to give the numbers?
Yeah, so
Okay.
with them going through and doing a much more thorough calculating of the non-personnel expenses. On your no new revenue column budget, it increases it by $629,800.
What's that $600,000 increase reflective of? Keeping officers?
It's related to all
All of
these
this?
expenses,
Okay.
all the non-personnel expenses.
Okay, it added to it is what
It
you're
added
saying?
it added $629,800.
Okay,
And then on your last column there, the one that's the maintained service, it added $271,800.
this sheet here,
Yes,
okay.
200 and what?
$71,800.
That has nothing to do with
That has nothing to
the
do with personnel.
37 to 45.
Correct.
We need to solve the 37 to 45.
Yeah.
So
I had clearly significantly overcut these areas to try and
try
find,
to put the thrust into the person.
yes.
And I appreciate that word. I
'Cause
appreciate you doing that.
If you look at the original 25% reduction plan, it actually cut to 32. So I had further
Yeah,
tried to squeeze these to get the higher number.
yeah, yeah. I appreciate that.
Do
Chief,
the-
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Williams.
do your officers, do they work 12-hour shifts?
Yes, ma'am. We work, they work 12s, so they rotate. They'll work 3 days, and they'll be off a weekend, then they'll work 2 days, and then they work the following weekend. So they have every other weekend off. They seem very happy with it. It seems to be the best.
Mm.
It's fair across the board. Eights would cost more personnel and cost to get the same amount of coverage, so 12 is a good number. The 12-hour shifts are.
You do have, just incidentally for Ms. Williams' edification, you do have a few personnel that is, perhaps they are temporarily assigned based on need, case, call volume, different types of calls, that you have your special response team, rapid response team.
Right.
They may be on the streets at different hours.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that she was considering that as
Yeah.
well.
They work where they need to work, and it could be 12 hours one day, 18 to 20 the next. I mean, it's just the nature of the
The nature
business
of
is.
whatever their assignment is at that particular season is dictates how they actually work.
And they're very good as far as flexing their time off to avoid overtime. In these type of cases, when you get something good, you work it till it's done. I mean, that's just the way it is.
I will also note that PD has done a good job this year. They've, without knowing what the next, month and a half are going to bring, they're going to have cut over $100,000 in overtime.
Yeah, let's put this one to bed too. I think that we are at a place now, thanks to you, Worth, thanks to you, and Ms. Holly. We are at a place now, and I want to say it publicly because I want to, and I'm not speaking for anybody on our council, but I think I might understand Ms. Yancey and others a little better in this point. I think the idea is that Chief Franklin, nor any of his officers contributed to any overspending. They were following orders from administration, and were at a disadvantage because they didn't even know the numbers. Nobody knew the actual numbers, and so we all did the best we could. And I think the idea is that because that happened in some parts of our public safety, we have to make sure that we put all of the processes, all of the framework in, so that we can guard against those types of things happening. I think that's what has been trying. I think that's what folks have been trying to articulate. But I want to be clear so that we can move forward in support of one another. I think the idea is that now we're putting those systems, those processes in that will guard against that. But make no mistake about it, people that are patrolling streets, investigating crime, people that are supporting them, and even the police chief, whomever that person was then or is now, all of those folks were working in the blind, as we all were, and we all did the best we could. Chief, you have 14 miles of freeway,
Yes, we do.
and yet you have no traffic enforcement.
We don't have a traffic
You
full-time.
should, Worth, if I were you, I would direct my chief to build a robust traffic enforcement division within the police department that would be able to provide for a level of enforcement that would be able to speak to some of the needs and the issues that we have within the police budget, if that makes sense. There is no reason for us to have 14 miles of one of the largest freeways in the country, probably the world. I hadn't been nowhere else in the world. I don't know. And let's not have a robust traffic enforcement division. That's where I would start. I would venture to say if you assign 4 officers to a traffic enforcement division and nobody knows how many traffic violations happen in and around the city of Lamarck in the course of a year, nobody knows better than Chief Wagner lived here all his life. He should know. If he doesn't, we need to do something with him. Gandy, you've been here 50 years. Them guys know all of the red lights that have been ran, all of the slow rolls, all of the non-turns. The point is, I'm trying to telegraph something to you there, Worth. I think you have your solution in the middle of your problem if you just would organize it correctly. Number one. Chief, here's the second question to you, because I think that's going to be a significant move. I think if we're looking at 45, I think that if you assemble a robust traffic enforcement division, I think that you will find, Worth, that a lot of your problems will be resolved. I don't want to have to spell it out for you any more than that. Chief, did you want to add to this, Chief? You look like you might be winning right now. Did you
Marty,
want-
we're already ahead on you on that one. That's what the 45 will get us to. We will be able to build that robust traffic enforcement.
That
unit.
robust-
And I can tell you that the guy that we have selected, because of performance, we had the backpack event 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. We've had a bunch of them over at the credit union. That day, he was able to go out and write 27. And
Yeah, you said
and
that,
he
you
spent-
said it.
and he spent time for 2 hours at the backpack event and still was able to do that.
Yeah.
If he went out every day and wrote tickets like that, which he can. We have 10 intersections in this town which are terrible for accidents. There's a benefit to the citizens on that. They save on insurance. We can put those guys in those neighborhoods where they're rolling these stop signs and causing accidents. It's what a traffic safety unit does. With him out there for a full 12-hour shift, I wouldn't even want to guess on how many that he could do. And if you go out on the freeway,
Yeah.
it's like Mad Max and the Thunderdome out there. Everybody
Yeah.
is just flying.
Yeah. You have and that was my focus. I'm gonna knock on my friend Yancey's door in a minute. Don't worry about it, Miss Griffin. We got it. You got a whole freeway out there, Chief. You got a freeway out there. You got State Highway 3. You got is 146
yeah.
a state highway?
Yeah, yes, sir.
You got 146. You got all these major highways that we need to make sure that we are patrolling. I think that is you have 14 miles. One more time, and then I'm gonna leave that horse alone because I need to make sure that I'm trying to stop all the other conversations that may happen because I don't want folks perhaps getting reports that anybody's being over policed. That's not what we're trying to say. What we're trying to say is there are 14 miles of one of the largest freeways in the country that splits our city in half. And every time I get on that freeway, I'm going 60 and people are passing me up. Zip, 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 zip. I think we get the point. I beat that horse enough. Here's the other question I have. I asked the former chief and staff about and many of us have as well, about a commercial vehicle enforcement division. And somehow we were told, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but we were told that there are some elements that we are missing in Lamarck, that we are unable to develop that unit because of some parameters that we don't have. So if that's true, if that's still true, the first question is that still true? Second question is, would we be able to partner with another agency like Texas City who has that division and then be able to provide for that service in our city?
So Chief Wagner and I spoke with we do miss the element. What we need is a port or a major industrial type that creates that. We don't have that. However, our neighbor just right across Highway 3 happens to have that. We could definitely partner with them because we know that for them to get from the freeway, they're using our roads. And so we could partner with them, do an MOU. We could make that happen. I know that they have commercial motor vehicle inspection unit over there. They got to get to us before they get to Texas City. It makes sense.
Can y'all explain to me what y'all are talking about?
So 18-wheelers, officers go to a 4-week-long class at the DPS Academy, become commercial motor vehicle inspectors. It's put on by the Department of Transportation. It's all these 18-wheelers. There are certain things, they inspect driver's logs, they inspect chains, tires, air brakes, emissions on the 18-wheelers. Did they find any? The Department of Transportation doesn't have enough folks to do it, so they rely on states and local jurisdictions to do it. Most of those tickets, on average, are about $2,000. It's usually paid by the motor carrier who they're driving for. And so unsafe brakes, wouldn't believe how many 18-wheelers that have unsafe brakes that operate through there. There was a place I worked at before that had a port, and we started that. They were able to pay for their training in 2 vehicles and all the equipment in about 8 months. Those fees go directly to the municipality. Department of Transportation gets about 10% of that. State gets another 3%. And so all the rest of the revenue on that $2,000 ticket goes to the municipality that wrote the ticket.
So basically, we're inspecting the commercial vehicles that drive through these farm to market roads, and that's what they're supposed to do, and these state highways that go through our thoroughfare. So if we partner with Texas City, would we have the ability to then inspect?
Yes, we would. We would have to meet with their police administration. I don't know who that's going to be yet.
Okay,
I think they're selecting, but that's that's a simple thing to do,
okay.
to talk with those and flush that out.
So that again, the last administration said we missed the elements, but you're saying even though we've missed the elements, we can partner with our sister agency next door and still be able to indirectly provide for those services for the people of Lamar.
Absolutely.
Okay. The other thing that I wanted to ask you, we talked about traffic control division, robust. We talked about commercial enforcement. Those two combined will generate enough energy that I think that we will get significantly closer to 45 than 37. If the work is done, right? If the projections are done, now that you've heard a council say robust traffic enforcement, robust commercial vehicle enforcement. So those numbers should change, right? Here's the other thing I wanted to ask you. Worth is sharing with us his understanding of it. I want to get to a meeting of the minds in all of this. I want to make sure that we are not violating the COPS grant expectations in the consideration of the reduction of force. And secondly, Worth, I know we talked about this a little bit. I want to make sure perhaps if your thoughts or your opinions of it may have changed since then, but there is a 2-officer COPS grant that is available to us with no match. Is it for 2 years, Worth? Is that
I
what
believe it's 3.
3 years? And for some reason, it's become available with no match for all 3 years, is what I'm understanding. Have your feelings changed on that based on the predicaments that we're in?
So it very much depends on what we do. You cannot eliminate positions and then create new positions that are COPS grant eligible. That is not allowed. Right? So we can't do that. That's just straight not allowed by the grant.
Okay, I just caught what you said.
It is
But you could freeze
gray-
positions.
It is so we can freeze positions. There is a gray area around freezing
Okay.
and filling, open positions that has not yet been explored in a legal battle. So I don't know where the law would fall
Gotcha.
on that. I just know explicitly you cannot eliminate an ad.
Right. Under that understanding, we are at, last year, did we approve a budget at 52 is what you're saying?
So there were 5, I believe, positions frozen in PD last year. Four positions
From the total of 52?
from the total of 52. So it was theoretically approved at 48. Based on expenses, if it had been 48, it would have gone significantly over.
But the number of positions we approved last year were 52.
We
Or
didn't,
40.
we did not eliminate any positions last year. We
Okay.
froze 4.
And so the way out of this, we're not at this point, we're talking about a solution.
Yes.
And Gus is not here to help us. But it sounds like what I'm hearing you say is, in order for that COPS grant to even be something that we could legally consider, the change would have to be that we are not reducing the number of sworn officers. We are simply freezing the number of sworn officers.
Correct.
Okay, I got you.
And again, that puts us in that
But we need
unexplored
we need
area.
Gus to help us help us to clarify that. You think maybe more?
He could give us an opinion. There hasn't been any legal case on it, so there's no, it would be his opinion on how he thinks they would rule.
Deputy Chief, did you want to come on? You're gonna have to come to a microphone, Chief, so that the folks at home can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, we have a contract with them basically, and I think we're obligated, and I understand what is being said, but also you could apply that same principle to now. Can we freeze officers and still continue to draw down money on the COPS grants that we have now?
Mm-hmm.
Is that acceptable?
So that is acceptable because we've already entered it. We have not actually accepted
I'm talking about
The
the
grant.
2 grants we're in now.
the 2 grants we're in now. We did not, at the time we accepted it, eliminate positions and then create new positions to fill those grants.
But we assured them that there was a certain number that we were gonna have on staff.
Yes, we assured them that those positions were locked into that grant and the triggering grant requirements tie for those positions.
Right.
We have not
hired,
yet
we said that our
accepted-
minimum staff number was this, and it has to be X amount above that.
Yes, we have to have enough positions to handle that. The big thing is, and again, we haven't actually accepted the COPS grant that we're talking about, the 500,000.
Mhm.
It is available to be accepted, but it has not actually been accepted.
Okay.
So the actions we take around that,
I was talking about the 2 that we have now.
yeah, the 2 we have now, we can continue
As long as we don't go below a certain number.
as long as as long as we don't go below a certain number.
Of sworn officers in the budget.
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, we can't cut below a point where those positions would be cut.
How do you feel about that, Word? Do you fall on the side of freezing positions?
So I am open to that. It does, as with all COPS grant pieces, right? It doesn't cover everything associated with the cost of an officer.
Mhm.
And so that is something we have to be prepared for. In addition, after those 3 years, we have to be able to absorb the full cost, and we cannot let them go. You are committed to those.
For how long?
It's a certain number of years. I don't know off the top of my head,
Okay.
but you are committed to them for a certain number of years after you have used that funding. That's the deal you're making with the federal government on that grant.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you right now, as chief of police, if we fund an officer and he doesn't cut the mustard, he's gone. Now we'll have to find somebody else
Yeah.
to fill that position. But it doesn't tie an agency to a bad officer or a officer that cannot perform to the level of what the performance standard is. I have no problem doing that. I don't need a weight around my neck. That doesn't make sense to me. Now, the position would, we could hire another person and put them on the grant, but it doesn't, tie that officer to this department.
It's not performance-based, it's
Yeah.
position-based.
Position-based, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
We could not
okay.
cut those positions in the future.
Yeah, I got you, okay. I would certainly, like to see what that looks like without objection. Anyone on the council? No objection? See what it looks like to freeze, at 54. Freeze at 52 if that would help. I don't want us to, I don't want us to be in violation of a COPS grant, nor do I want us as a community to miss an opportunity to provide for resources. And so if that is a legal way, let's be clear, I think all of us stipulate to that, a legal way of complying with the grant and providing the maximum level of manpower, human resources for our police department, I am in favor of looking at that. Sounds like the rest of the council is. So did you get that, Worth?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I want to do two things real quick. I want to let Chief Franklin respond. I want to let the council jump in and respond, and then I want to do two very specific, very quick things. One is after that, I'm going to call Lieutenant Gandy to the podium or to the table, and I would like for him to speak to how he believes, as union president, these discussions will help or hurt the rank and file members of the police department. And I've noticed that I have not, in the courteous way that we want to handle this as a council, I have not invited the fire union president to speak to us about potential cuts in the fire department. And so in that order, Chief Franklin, Lieutenant Gandy, the council again, and Chief Merriman. If in fact the fire union president is available today, it doesn't have to be today, but we would definitely love to chat with him or her, even if it's five minutes or so, because we want to hear from the people that are going to have to make these changes and hear from them about their safety and their ability to do their job. I'll stop there. Chief Franklin, Lieutenant Gandy, and then council.
What would you like to know, Mayor?
You had your hand up.
I don't even remember what I had my.
Y'all go.
So, yeah, I know, all too well. When y'all brought me in, and me and Ms. Holly have talked, we can achieve what you guys want and maintain the level of service that we're at. I don't want to see this community go back to what it was. I think we're on the very cusp of some really good things. I think once this retail starts, you're going to see this community turn to where everybody's going to want to be here. They're calling it what, the shops at Lamarque, I believe is the name. It's been a while since I've done economic development, but from what I have seen since I've been here, I see rooftops coming up every day. The retail is going to be a big key part of that. I think Lamarque is on the cusp of becoming what it is. We ever can get this road construction done, I think you will see an increase in sales tax. I think you'll see an increase in people want to come here. And we have to be ready for it. I was over here in the 90s, wired up, buying narcotics on these streets, executing search warrants with a SWAT team. I don't want to see Lamarque go back that way. I see the development on 1765 and 1764 really on the cusp of taking off and being really well. 14 miles of freeway, traffic safety will definitely impact that. Getting in the neighborhoods where the top 10 accidents are occurring, and being able to do something about it. it's just like when we put up the new sign on, over by the PD in front of Amazon, everybody complained for a week about it. Now everybody's forgotten about it. It's a much safer intersection. You don't take your life in your hands every day trying to get out of
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah.
So, you know, we're going to continue to keep doing what we're doing. The officers of the Lamarck Police Department, very proud of them. They are hardworking individuals. They put their blood, sweat, and tears into this place every day. I'm proud of the work that they've done. I'm proud of the work that they'll continue to do. So that's where I'm at.
Absolutely, Chief. Lieutenant Gandy.
I'm going to let Lieutenant Gandy have the mic.
You probably should. And don't drop it when you're done, Lieutenant Gandy.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, Lieutenant.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you guys. I've been doing this here in Lamarck for a long time. I just hit 19 years. I've seen where we came from in the early 2000s or mid 2000s, back when we were arguing over 29, 30 officers. There's a reason we went up to 52. It wasn't because we were just dying to have people, and it's been a struggle to even get to that number. But we've definitely made some inroads, and I think the proof is in the pudding. We saw things turn around here. We've seen positive things. To Chief's point, he mentioned, in response to your question, how have we made it? The numbers have been generally in the last year. The numbers have been between 40 and 45, especially once this as the calamity around here with the finances and the everything else that's been going on within our city politics and everything like that. We've lost some people. We've lost some people to the sheriff's office. We've lost some people to League City PD. We've lost people to different places, to different careers. And why does that happen? And how have we made it? And I think Chief hit the nail on the head is we've had to put in some hours, and it's been across the board. Our patrol guys by far have borne the heaviest weight. Our CSU guys have been able to step in and work a lot of overtime and fill those gaps where they happen. But that's just us making it. And that goes to our CID guys. Our CID guys have put on their shirts, their uniforms, their vests, gone out and taken patrol shifts. Our administration has taken patrol shifts and gone up there and filled in where we can. But it's not sustainable. And our guys are getting burnt out, and our guys are getting tired. And, when you have a guy work 7/12s, it's not sustainable. And it just doesn't work. So if we go down below what I think 45 is too low, but, and I think I believe we're getting into murky water with the stuff that you're talking about with the cops grants. But on a practical output, our guys are going to get hurt. Citizens are going to get hurt, not intentionally, but just a byproduct. You're going to have guys that are going to get it. We already spend, more of our life behind the wheel of a car than we don't. Wrecks are going to happen, both avoidable and unavoidable. Interactions that would maybe normally be de-escalated, or human nature is going to step in, and you're going to have a tired, irritated cop, and you're going to have a tired, irritated citizen, and those things they clash. When I look at this budget too, I think we're already significantly lower overall than what we were, because as soon as Chief Franklin took the job, we all sat down as an administration and made significant cuts into what we were proposing for this upcoming year. A lot of the stuff that we're obligated to pay because of contracts and stuff like that, but we felt like they were deep cuts as it was. I understand the need for more. We've made those cuts, And we feel as a union, as an association, that some of these things are starting to are going to get us into dangerous territories. Something Miss Yancey was talking about earlier when she was looking at our training budget, the schools and conventions. That's the whole training budget for the whole department. Every officer has to have TCOL mandated training every year. A lot of that stuff costs. And we're not talking about sending guys. We don't send guys to conventions generally. We don't send them out of state. We don't send them to resorts to go to those kind of things. We do our training here. We do, frankly, in a lot of cases, the bare minimum that we can. But further, you want to understand what is going to get officers hurt, what is going to get citizens hurt, is poorly trained officers. And that's a budget item too that we've seen, you know, that's always one of the first things that gets sliced. And I'm this is not taking shots at Worth here, Mr. Worth here. It's just something
we get it.
that's just something that happens.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous. We're putting our citizenry in danger. We're putting our officers at danger. And also too, another big thing too, getting back to the numbers, retention and recruitment has been a struggle too, because we had a test on the 8th. We had 5 people pass the test. I've already, and I think since a lot of this rumors and innuendos and the worries, we've already had at least one of those people passed is already pulled out, you know, and we're it's hard to we're fighting upstream as it is. So, and I understand, you know, the inroads that we have made, you know, we're having to look at those guys and be like, or those guys that are at the bottom of that, like we were talking earlier, the last in, first out, those guys have got to be, whether I want them to or not, those guys have got to be looking at their options and being like, what am I, you know, because they've got mortgages to pay. They've got, you know, what's going to happen to me October 1?
Yeah.
You know, it's killing us as an organization. And I understand. So we're doing what we can, I think. But policing is expensive, and we're willing to put in the work. There's not a guy in this room that hadn't written a ticket up on 45. You know, we'll continue to do those things. We'll continue to fill in where we can, but it is not sustainable, and it is not sustainable at 37. I mean, 37 were numbers that we were talking about in like 2012, 2013. As
And the population was
But yeah,
14,000.
you're throwing up some of these, that's when all these subdivisions were wooded fields.
Yeah.
That's when Sam's, Walmart might have been there. Sam's definitely wasn't. And then on top of that, Academy and all the Canes and that whole complex out there, the rooftops and commercial businesses put an extreme workload on our guys, and it's tough right now. It's only going to get worse over the next year, and to facing the peril of maybe having to do that with far fewer officers, I don't think it's sustainable. I think crime's going to go up. Caseloads on our detectives are going to go up. Whenever you go back to 20, and I think we've probably talked about this too, back when we were talking 2011, 2012, maybe even in those, our detectives had 150 cases assigned in their dashboard. Right now, you know, we're managing at 15 and 20. But when you tell somebody, 15, 20 to 50, but when you're telling a guy, hey, investigate this murder, but hey, look at these other 49 cases as well. You know, that's something to be considered, you know, when we're making these decisions, I think, from our perspective. So it's going to affect us all the way across the board. I think the chief hit the nail on the head that it's not going to benefit anybody, especially our officers.
Yeah. Step back and allow counsel. Counsel, do we have any comments at this point? Any questions for Lieutenant Gandy, who is also serving as our police association president, responsible for, among other things, the working conditions of the rank and file in our police department. the amount of officers on the street at one time is definitely a working condition when bullets potentially are flying.
Well, something, and this just a little historical perspective, Chief was talking about this will push us down to basically a sergeant and two. That's what we were working with back in 2007. And the concept of having to go back down to a sergeant and two is terrifying, because you think about that in practical matter. If we have, especially with the way the 45 is constructed right now, if we have a wreck on 45, all three of those guys are up there. And these are things that really happened back in the day. I distinctly remember a night where we had a fatality accident. All three of our officers were stuck up on the freeway. We had a shooting over on South Houston Drive, a guy running down the street shooting at a car, where we had to break off two officers to go deal with the shooting. We left one officer on the freeway dealing with a fatality accident. It was like a 2 or 3 car accident with an ejection and an entrapment. It was a wild concept
On the freeway.
And this was back when our population, again, we're talking
14,
2007.
15,000,
This was probably late 2007 when that happened.
Yeah. So we've grown about 7 to 8,000 in population.
At least
At least, yeah.
countless, thousands of rooftops.
Absolutely, yeah. Anybody?
So basically, you're saying about freezing, how many positions to 52? From 45 to 52, that's 12 positions?
No, so if we freeze, if we work under the assumption of the number being 45,
Right.
then we would freeze 7 positions, and the 2 vacant positions would be filled using
Grant.
the grant. Again, with it being noted that that's still,
Also too, something, the outstanding grant is not for 2 people, it's for 4 people.
Yeah.
So that might affect the decision. But I think I think our bigger source of consternation with all this is us living within the limits of the COPS grants that we've already accepted. And we've said, hey, we're going to maintain a certain level. When you
yeah.
apply for those, you say, hey, I'm going to maintain a certain level of policing. We have people a little more educated in grant stuff, and it might be a Gus opinion, but I think if you go down to 37, we're paying money back to the federal government for sure.
Well, can we give it, well, I don't like to guess, I like to know. So can we give it that language, what it does say in the COP grant about what's the minimum that we have to have? So we'll know.
yeah,
that.
so we have to find, for when we accepted those 2 grants, what we said the position levels were for those 2 to answer on the ones we've already got. And I don't know that off the top of my head. We'd have to go back and
Right, that's what I'm saying.
look at that.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't have.
Um,
So,
and-
so the other thing I'm concerned with is you and I both talked about training and making sure that you all have what you need. And I know this council and before has tried to make sure that has happened, because we haven't had any controversial shootings, because I believe when officers have what they need, they make better decisions. The one thing we have not got though is that police station. Even though you're getting a semi kind of a DIY, do it yourself.
Yeah, our
Building.
general contractor, Lieutenant Rodriguez, is doing
Yeah.
a pretty good job at the
So-
old police
Yeah.
department, and we hopefully the finance stuff and everything starts happening with the building A, so that that can start moving in a positive direction. Right now, I think we're kind of stuck on roofs and
The roofs are being worked on to get bids because the roof needs repair. There also has to be a bid for the fixing some of the drainage and water line issues around there. Those are the first 2 steps, but also the design of the whole building, including all that, as of
Okay.
2 weeks ago was 40% complete. So like real progress is coming.
Oh, that'd be nice to see a video of that or something to show
So
where we're going. Okay, so we're not talking about cutting any cops at this point.
What I will say is I will prepare what that looks like in numbers. And at that point, we'll have to see where it comes out.
Well, though he may be a fan for fire, I'm a fan for the police, so we don't fight.
Um, Yeah. I
Mayor likes us too, I hope.
I mean, I'm a part of the, Marque Police Association, so, but I'm just saying, because nobody wants to go back to what we had before, nobody. And, we want to make sure that we can at least give them what they had before.
And I will do my best based on the information that Mayor has presented. I would just advise as the finance director that ticket revenue always seems much bigger than the actual amount you get is. Because we've got to pay a portion to the state. Also, a portion of that is required to go into court technology and court security funding. So, for every $300 to $400 ticket, we see about 125 actual dollars.
And let's not be afraid to look into see, Governor Abbott is putting a lot of new monies, and I know we don't like to do a whole lot of grants, but he's putting workforce development money into some programs where we may be able to offset some of our costs in the areas of public safety. And that may be something, they just did a release yesterday about some opportunities that are coming, that cities and colleges can be a part of to try to help keep our officers.
I'm happy again to look at that. I would be very hesitant to budget that since we haven't even applied
Right.
for something on
I
that
think
level
open
yet.
enrollment is like September, so kind of late.
Beyond that, I will again note similar like we talked about in fire, taxes are not the only way to
Generate revenue. yeah.
generate revenue. There are other options. Again, the traffic division certainly will generate revenue. I don't
Commercial vehicle
commercial
enforcement.
vehicle division. I'm gonna have to do some research to figure out what that might look like from a revenue perspective.
Revenue perspective, yeah.
And, we did just, I know I sat through a presentation. I know the Port of Texas City is technically coming into our jurisdiction now, so.
Right.
The
that
railroad,
might-
yeah, yeah.
That might,
Yep.
Generate.
but that might help us with those
the
elements we were
MOU.
talking about. I'm not saying that's from a place of knowing, I'm just
Yeah,
speculating.
help us with the MOU.
Oh, or even help us where we could even stand
Have our
alone
own. I
because
got
we
you.
are part of that port now.
Yeah, I got you now.
And not
Yeah.
just that part, you have the, Davis Defense as it's coming, which is the shipbuilder. So you're gonna have, commercial things coming on 45.
Yeah, so I can speak a little bit on I know there's been some EDC and growth questions. I can speak a little bit to that. So we are expecting the land that the port has to build and have by the end of next fiscal year, if not sooner, active railroad lines up. Those railroad lines at this point are intended to be used for storage, is our understanding, for them changing out stuff, but that will, bring in actual industry there. Based on what we have heard right now, there's no set plan for the other land they own, but they are intending to develop it as that industrial 3, I believe is the category that they created for that. We would likely see, sales tax and other things of that come alive probably around that year 5 to year 7 timeframe, right? We're talking about, 4 years to build back. Unfortunately, the port stuff likely will come on like as soon as the hard times end, right? Which is why when we talk about, I think as Mayor talks about the story, I think it's really important to say that, Lamarque has a whole lot of things coming. They just take a while to come on, like the shops at Lamarque, right? We have a sales tax agreement with them. It's called a 1080 agreement, where we get a reduced portion of the sales tax until a certain amount of sales tax money has been collected and they kind of reconstitute some of their initial investment, right? So we won't see mass sales tax from the shops for a few years, right? We have a lot of timing and projects like that that are in the works, but a lot of them come online in the big way after that 4 years. I would wish they came online now. That would make our conversations much easier and very different. But unfortunately, a lot of them are all sort of hitting in that same time frame, which is that year 5 to 7. those years after we've rebuilt the foundation, those are going to be, Marque is going to truly explode into whatever it truly wants to be. We just got to get there.
I think for me, my non-negotiables are similar, because of the growth that we're having right now, that we're seeing right now. I don't think that we reduce in fire or police or in public works, because we know that our residents are just going crazy about code and streets, you know?
Yep.
So if we could generate some revenue so that we can meet those non-negotiables, which is they want their firemen,
Yeah, and again,
they want their police.
I just
And that's where the Brainy Act comes in, where we.
I just want to be very, I don't want people to think that, it's not going to take still some more hard decisions to get to where we need, especially if taxes are off the table. And they can be, right? We could
Right.
literally do everything without raising taxes. It just means building revenue in other sources.
Yeah.
And fixing the fees and the fines, that rate of adjustment, which hasn't been changed since 22. They were supposed to be changed in 24, because we talked about it. Don't know what happened. But there are obviously some things that this council that we did approve that obviously did not get done. And that's why we're seeing this leakage.
Yeah. I think, Worth, I don't know that taxes are not on the table. I think what's actually happening is that that we have been all these years allowing for apples and oranges to be compared. And when that happens, you tend to trend down toward the orange. I don't like oranges. You trend down toward the orange, and that is, Tanya has a 39-cent tax rate. Kim has a 38-cent tax rate. Well, why is mine 45? I want to be like them, without understanding that perhaps I have a whole different acreage of property in my backyard than they do. More responsibility. So what we may have to do midstream is provide for more clarity in that piece, so that if we could get people to see and understand that our tax rate at 39 cent or 41 cent, if you if you're able to remove the fire service element of it, you would be able to compare it in a more equal way. Because it's not fair to the police, it's not fair to the fire, not even the people. I'm not even talking about people. I'm talking about the police function, the function of policing, law enforcement. It is not fair. It's not fair to the function of fire prevention and fire protection. It's not fair to the function of emergency medical service response to continue to strangle and have a stronghold on a tax rate, because we are comparing it to ourselves to municipalities that have tax rates that are in essence higher than ours, providing for lesser amounts of services. And that we have an opportunity while you're here to stop that. But we have to clarify it. And we have to figure out how we want to respond to it. Because not only are those departments suffering, our street maintenance program is suffering because of this. And so you get a bunch of people in a room, and some of them are complaining about sewage, and some of them are complaining about streets, and others are complaining about code enforcement and services, and people are answering the phones. But none of them have been truly made aware of the idea that on 41 cents, we are running a city that perhaps in essence should be ran on 47 or 48 cents. And we continue to allow that observation, that assessment, and that understanding to persist. You are in the unique position of being acting, that's a great word, city manager, as well as finance director. And we might then be able to surface some of these pieces of factual information that as the days turn and end in Y, it never changes. So we have to change. And if that means we have to move forward in a way that allows for us to have a tax rate that that is comparable to the cities around us, then that means that's what that looks like. But we have to then provide for a vehicle for some sort of a fire service or a public safety service fee, right? To make it equal. Or we have to get our folks in this community to realize that our tax rate is going to have to be a little higher than the rest because we are providing for fire service. We got to figure out how to get people to understand that either way, higher tax rate, lower tax rate, public safety fee, it has to happen. And don't tell Tanya Griffin this, but it may end up causing an issue / opportunity with the parks maintenance fee, the mandatory fee of $2. Go ahead.
We're talking about, so I will note, and Chief Merriman can correct me if my number here is wrong. If you break out on its own a emergency services district, which would be the, like if we just split out fire and EMS, we would be required to create an emergency service district. I believe the required tax rate is 10 cents. I believe it's 10 cents. So that's what the state of Texas says a fire and EMS service costs is 10 cents. I believe that is the correct number. So as a way to think about kind of, you know, an entity that is not Lamarque has established that as the benchmark.
Yeah.
So that's another kind of way to talk about it. This service that we provide at a level that is not provided by, you know, the vast majority of our neighbors. The state of Texas says if we just broke it out on its own, the citizens would be required to pay a 10-cent tax rate to provide that service.
Yeah. So I would say this, Worth. I would say that I think now in my mind, I got three of my colleagues here. In my mind, I think now it's starting to boil down to two things because at this point, I don't know that we can sustain this game that we're playing with. Oh, let's keep taxes low. Oh, because some folks are going to lose their job. So for me, it looks like you being able to help us to articulate, this is our tax rate when it looks like Dickinson, when it looks like, give me Santa Fe, when it looks like Hitchcock. I'm just throwing stuff out there, guys.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like. Now we have this whole fire department and EMS over here. We can either add them into the tax rate and make it go up, or we can keep them out here and we can create an ordinance that provides for that extra service so that you can see what you are paying into and you can see the value of that. But we can't keep sustaining this facade that somehow our tax rate should be the same as the rest of the tax rates around us when we have it is the second largest department in our city, right? So we have to have that come to Jesus meeting with our residents. If you want a low tax rate, that's fine. That's fine. But understand, we need you to tell us how we are going to deal with the fire and EMS, right? If that's an additional fee, then so be it. We are already paying, and that's the point I was alluding to. We're already paying a parks maintenance fee, and so we're used to that idea, right? So I think without objection, now we're getting more clarity. I think that's probably the mode we need to start moving in. I think this game with 39 cents is just, we're just spinning our wheels here.
Yeah. And again, you know, just for everybody's note, 39 cents is by far the lowest in the area, right? And I mean, nobody's named their final rate other than, well, it's Texas City and Santa Fe will have their final rate determined because they didn't get their audit done in time, so they have to use no new revenue. But Texas City's no new revenue, I believe, is 47 cents, and we don't have any of the plant money coming in to help offset
Yeah.
that. But Hitchcock and Santa Fe are both low to mid 50s in terms of cents. Dickinson, you have to add the water district and the city together, and they still don't provide the same level of service that
We do.
we do, and they were at 64 last year when you add them together, combined.
With the property tax and water district?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. So we are already
Yeah.
at way below. And so we're not even talking about being near what our neighbors are, right? We would have to raise 10, 12 cents to sort of be,
To even be in it, yeah.
even be in that realm.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I think that's the path. I think the path is to make people understand, help them, make is not a good word, help people to understand the value, associated value with having a paid fire, 24-hour a day, 7-day fire service, 2 stations, not because Chief Merriman thought it was cool and he wanted to have a bunch of folks underneath, but because we are divided by a freeway. And to provide a standard level of care on both sides of that freeway, you need equal amounts of human resources. And I think that's where that comes from. So
So with that direction, I will, for both PD and fire, work up something around for PD, the 45 number. Again, I'll talk with Gus and try and get more clarification and make sure whether we could do the new COPS grant, whether we were at any issues with the current COPS grant, but build a number around that 45. And then we'll build a number. Do we want to build a number around, I guess, before I ask that, for fire, do we want to build around 9 or 12? Or like 3 reductions or no reduction?
let's do without objection, council, let's do 9.
9?
Right now. Let's find a way to hold what we got.
Okay.
And then
And
move from
then
there. Yeah.
45 or whatever number we're required to keep for COPS grant.
Yeah, and let's, I want to be clear, I want to double and triple down on this. I think we have an opportunity to structurally, fundamentally change how our community members see our budget.
Yes.
And it's not a fearful thing for me, and I don't think it's one for Merriman, Chief Merriman, to use the fire department to show people, right? And people just have to make a decision. And that's the only thing that's going to fundamentally change the way that we feel about taxes in Lamarck is to take it out and show you this is what it looks like. Now, when we add it back, this is what it looks like, or we can keep it separate, and this is what it'll look like. And even if you keep it separate, the council yearly can change that fee by ordinance based on whatever we are able to see that is or is not happening in the fire service, right? Or public
Yeah.
safety, if we want to go that, but just to keep it comparable so that people can understand it, it can be adjusted up or down yearly, annually, based on whatever we project will happen in that department. I think that is a better way. I think that continues to keep the control over that department in the hands of the citizens in one municipal thrust instead of having a separate fire district. I think that starts to get
That gets extraordinarily messy.
yeah versus a fire service fee that is controlled by council by ordinance and set yearly. I think that's a cleaner way to do it and an easier way to show all of the services that you're getting, right? So that we don't continue to get confused with how somehow we're paying more taxes and getting less services.
Yep. Okay. So I will move forward with that for both PD and fire, and I'll bring new numbers hopefully tomorrow to talk about.
Incidentally, down the line, because of all these fundamental changes, there will probably need to be a slowed down town hall type style meeting.
Yes.
Where we walk through, this is why, nobody's picking on, nobody's, right? To get people to see and understand what we're trying to do with that, so. Go ahead.
Want to say something?
There's a whole
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, I didn't, come on, Chief, I'm sorry. I was trying to understand.
Talking to each other.
I got you.
So creating an ESD, not only does it increase a tax, but creating an ESD takes the fire service completely away from
Yep.
y'all, which takes away the EMS billing from y'all, which takes away the plans review fees and so that
All
a
comes
little
away.
over $1 million that come in from ambulance fees and fire billing, it takes that and puts it in that ESD. And it doesn't allow y'all, so any service that is run by an ESD, they have to go into a contract with the city to provide the service because it's a separate entity.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you kind of lose the ability to govern
The control, the authority. Yeah.
the fire department as a municipal
Yeah.
entity as opposed to an ESD.
So what will also happen in this for council edification as well, if you're able to separate the fire department, what you can build back and add back in is a street maintenance program, because the fire department's budget is 6 million this year,
5.5.
5.5 million, and so you're able to add back a street maintenance program in the budget and within the services. You're able to my friend from District D and her mission, one of her missions on this council, you're able to add a set number for park maintenance and restoration, and you're able to add that in taxpayer dollars and meet the needs of the people on so many different levels. If you're able to say, we're gonna have a fire service fee, it frees the budget up to handle some of those things that never get done, and it helps us to extend those services. So I think the more I think about it, the more I think it's probably at this juncture one of the best proposals we may have to offer. Council, do we have any question?
I don't.
So
Just a comment. just
go ahead. Go ahead.
Congratulations on 19 years
Thank you.
and thank you.
19 years.
Yeah, that's impressive. I'm still forever
And
have so
many
much
more.
respect for law enforcement.
And many more.
Little kids, so I got about 10 more.
Okay, good.
19 years with Lamar?
Yeah, that's really
I don't know
congratulations.
why I
for
thought
that,
you were
and
here when I
thank
got
you.
there. So, Chief Merriman, did you get word to your union president?
I did, and we will certainly get him in front of you guys at one of the next upcoming budget meetings.
All right, just let him know he has an open, is it he?
Yes, sir.
He has an open invitation to visit with us
And
in the same way that.
he has accepted. He would love to come sit and discuss.
Absolutely. This council is a friend to labor, not just to organized labor, but we also desire to be a friend to.
I'll go so far to say and I've been around here 17 years, not as long as Candy, but I have never seen such a good working relationship between both police and fire unions as I have in the last 2 years. I have been a voting member of a union where they went to impasse and we were in Evergreen for 3 years, which means the city and the union would not come to an agreement on. Now, with public safety unions, you can't strike. You just go into Evergreen and you maintain those so that services don't go down. But I've worked in this town for a few years where we wasn't sure if we were going to get a union contract because the city and the union couldn't come together. So the fact that these two unions are working with this council the way they do is not any, I've seen it a lot worse in my time, and I'm sure Gandy and even Chief Wagner, who's been around here, I don't know, longer, just a couple of days longer than dirt or something, has seen it be bad. So
Yeah.
it says a lot about y'all's ability to work with the unions, that not only does it make mine and Chief Franklin's job a little bit easier because working relationships are there, and it opens up doors for us to sit and have conversations, which I have been having in the background with our union president. So they're also willing and understanding like that they may have some offers to help at the end of this table as well,
Yeah,
which previous union leadership would have never happened.
yeah, yeah.
So, and that really started about 2 presidents ago. We had a really good work. That president made a really good push to improve the relationship with the council, and we just kind of try to keep it going that way. So,
Yeah, yeah. Good. Both groups have
absolutely.
been good groups to work with. And I think we've made a lot of progress.
Thank you, Chief.
So they were able to pull some numbers for the COPS grant to shed some extra, to provide some additional light.
Context, okay.
Our oldest COPS grant requires us to stay at 45. The second one that we've accepted would require 47. And if we picked up the new one, we would have to be at 51. And that can't be frozen positions.
45, 47, and 51.
Yeah, based on these numbers. It might be 49 instead of 51, because I think it's only, no, it says up to 4 officers. So yeah,
That's with the new one.
the new one would require 51.
But okay. And
Um,
you said something you at the last end. I think that was really important. What you were getting. You said something about frozen positions.
So yeah, two main, what this tells us is that we could not freeze below 47 and not be in violation of our already existing COPS grants that we're using.
Okay.
That doesn't mean we have to have 47 officers. We just couldn't freeze below that.
Thank you. That's all
Um,
right.
And if we accepted the new grant,
If we accepted the new one, we would have to be at 51
we
for,
couldn't freeze below 51.
so we could only, that leaves one position basically that could be frozen.
Say that to me.
That would just leave the one position that could be frozen because our current max is 52. That would, obviously, that changes numbers, right? I mean, the numbers look very different if we're just pulling the fire department out,
Yeah.
but this would, again, we could stay at 47 from 45, and that would have some increase, especially if we can't get all of them filled, right? But going to 51, that's another
That's huge.
big jump.
So we will, so I think for me, I'm a little bit lost in what you're saying. So what we know right now is that we cannot freeze below 47.
Correct, and be compliant with our current grants that are,
Which means in order to comply with our current grant, we have to have at least 47 active officers,
active positions.
active positions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whether we fill them or not,
Correct.
they have to be active.
Yeah.
And so if we accepted this new grant.
And budgeted, like an unbudgeted
and we
position.
Budgeted.
A budgeted position is, unbudgeted position is not an active position.
So that's where the issue comes in because it has to be budgeted and you have to have a balanced budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to accept the new one, we'd have, if we put all 4 officers on it, would take us to 51.
But if we do nothing, we have to at least have
47.
47. So
Yeah.
we know now that we can't even set the police department at 45.
Correct. So now 47 is the number.
If we have to
Build-
set them at 47, then they don't really. If we have to set them at 47, then this COPS grant request isn't as vital to them. Because I think the idea is, I see Chief shaking his head, I think the idea behind them wanting us to reconsider the COPS grant is to make sure that they had enough personnel on the streets to be safe. And so if we found that we have to go above 45 anyway, I think that resolves that concern significantly. Would you say so, Chief?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I agree with you. You just got there a long way.
This part isn't chess, Chief.
I know.
This part is just checkers. I
know.
played chess 2 hours ago.
I know.
My
I'm
God,
teasing you. I know you're teasing.
too long to say yes.
So
Well, I was nodding and he was picking up what I was putting down.
so
So
we will make that adjustment from 45 to
he was smelling
47
what I was.
so we
cooking.
can stay compliant.
Yeah,
Because we definitely don't want to not be compliant.
yeah.
Right.
So for the new one, that goes in effect, I'm talking about the last one on your list.
But we haven't.
No.
We have not accepted that.
We haven't
over
accepted
yet.
accepted this.
So that is,
I don't think so, ma'am.
if we accept
Not
it, we've
right
got a
now.
budget for 51,
That's the problem.
which is,
Huge problem.
that's, again, another, a not small increase. I don't want to say an exact number because I need a
So
little
it's
more.
just gonna like stay out there or you're gonna,
Eventually it will go away after a few years.
no, I'm
Um,
just saying, so we won the grant. You know how hard it is to win these grants?
Uh,
500,000.
COPS grants, if they're available, or we can always get again.
So it does,
Okay.
the
Well, I
very
know
last
that.
one ends in 2030.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got 5 years.
Oh, you got 5 years to accept it.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know that part.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought like if you didn't accept it,
It went away.
it went away
Like
forever.
one-time offer.
Yeah, okay.
No, yeah, there's more COPS grant money than COPS grants that are awarded and accepted. So
Okay.
I don't want to say they're like,
Rueful,
you know,
because they're not.
giving them away, but if you actually apply, you almost always get
Okay.
them. Okay.
Well, that to me seems like it's a little more organized. It solves a one problem, but then it just moves us toward the other solution that we're gonna have to split it with. I just,
Yeah. So
it's time. It's time to really get the people to see. And
I will do that. I'll basically build a budget without, that's funded in a normal way without fire and EMS included. And then show you what it costs on top of our current revenues, and I'll provide multiple options.
And if you do that or when you do that, when we say funded without fire EMS, let's make sure in that same document that we are showing clearly that fire and EMS would potentially be funded through some sort of a fire and EMS fee,
Yes.
right? We don't want, because then the next fear will be that we are discontinuing our fire and EMS, and that's not what we're saying.
Yes. It'll be more like, even though it won't be a separate, full separate fund, it'll be more like that, where there's if we're talking about how we talk about the utility fund, right? They'll have their own kind of funding breakdown in that way.
Okay, all right. Anything else on this part of it? All right, I know police has code enforcement as well,
Yep.
right? All right, let's get into code enforcement.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So as we do before we get to any new big topic, we want to remind everybody that this budget starts, the very first two line items we're funding are a reserve fund and an emergency fund. That allows us to rebuild the city's foundation and be protected. With that, so code has, hopefully everybody is aware, code has recently been moved under the police department to help provide a different structure setup than previously. It's easier for a group that already is very used to writing citations to help another group that hasn't been writing citations learn what that looks like, get more comfortable with it. That's the biggest value that moving them under PD has, is they get to learn from a group that already does the thing we want them to do. Right. With code, there are a couple of items that would be worth discussing. One is, what is our comfort in terms of code officer amount of employed people? So for the numbers you have, the no new revenue amount is based on a 3-officer, no supervisor, or 3-officer with a supervisor. And then the current service level is 4 total, 1 of which is a supervisor. And then beyond that, we have projected out. Again, these numbers haven't changed because we've done a lot of work, and I'm definitely curious y'all's take on this, but we are projecting, again, 2,000 citations written by code in the first year. From nothing to 2,000 is a big jump. And then we are currently budgeting them to bring in roughly the same level of return as a traffic ticket. I will note, we did ask several cities around us that do a more active style of code enforcement what their numbers look like. No city that compares to us in population does 2,000 citations, so that is an aggressive number. We want to be aggressive in that, so that's fine. but it is not a number that is in other cities our size. And the return on those citations varies from something similar to what traffics do, all the way down to one city, which I won't name because I don't want to go to people. They're receiving 5% of the fine they issue actually comes in as cash. So I do want us to just have that number in our head that you may issue a $5,000 fine or 5,000 in fines for one entity, right? But that does not translate to 5,000 actual cash coming back to the city, right? And then the other part of this that I don't have a good answer because I have not had a chance to talk to them yet is all of this is also not up to what y'all decide. The judge actually is the one who makes the determination of this is how much, this is whether I'm going to dismiss it, right? The most notable thing that we heard from other cities is that we go out, we find somebody $5,000 for a slew of things that they did wrong. By the time it makes it to the judge, they have fixed all that, they've got pictures, and the judge is like, waves it away. Doesn't make them pay. He forgives the fine because they've corrected the action.
But that's at.
That's
that
at the
part-
judge's discretion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
cool.
not a requirement, it's a judge's discretion.
Yes.
I've not talked to all of our judges, so I don't know where their heads are on that.
Might want to have a discussion with them once we get the budget so they'll know.
Yes, I just haven't
We
had,
are.
I just haven't, me and them haven't been in the same spot since we got the numbers back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, this is the area that we had leakage and, that hasn't brought in the revenue. So I think this is an area where you can, I think if you look at worth the previous budgets from last years and see, and I encourage you, Chief, as well to look at that, you'll see the difference. I'm talking $200,000, $300,000. Not even talking about coin operated stuff, not the, even counting the game room.
So I have gone back and looked all the way back to 2021, and the budgets have had big numbers. We have never brought in more than like $12,000.
Oh, that's absolutely wrong, because it was based on what we were given, and I think I still have it too. And there was a big drop in that department, like $100,000 drop in permanent and fees. So we need to look at, I need to look at what I have, because either what I have is wrong or what you have is wrong. But I'm telling you, that's where the drop has been in the collection. I mean, they're not collecting the fees and the fines and the permits. Because that's why people are complaining. Because the city, some parts of the city are not being cleaned up.
Yeah, so
And that's what I'm saying.
permits and fines, or permits and fees would be a different category than the actual code violation ticket writing.
Yeah, I'm talking about code. I'm not talking about development services. I'm talking about fees and fines. I'm talking about, I still have
I would love to see what you have,
I
because
would
it's
get it.
not in the accounting system. When we go look in the actual accounting system, when we go look at
Collections for what they collected.
for what
For revenue
for revenue, yeah, when we go look at it for code
and code.
in actuals, I mean, there's people who've budgeted huge numbers that never actually came in. When we go look at actuals, it's never been above 12.
Well, so let me
Yeah.
get this straight. Let me go back. Because what I like to see when I do a budget is pretty much what you did here. You said what they brought in this year, what they brought, and that's what I think was JB. Because when we had our financial retreat, that was a big area that there was a drop in collections. And it wasn't $12,000.
Again, I'm happy to see what it is he gave you, because again, all I can go by is the actual amount recorded in.
Because I'm gonna tell you now, just from sitting on the Bills and Standards Committee, I can tell you things have not been collected. I can tell you by the car that stood in front of my house for 8 months that the city lost money on. I can tell you about the house that's right now, that the grass is 6 foot high, that the city's moving, has not mowed, and they're losing money on. Now, that's just 2 instances. Then I can call my friend on, what's my friend? That's on Union Street, about the 2 lots next to her house that hasn't been cut. I can tell you about the other house in District A that hasn't been cut. That under a previous administration with code, they were regularly cut, and because the owners never paid it, they were able to put liens on the land in order to make it. That's another way. All I'm saying is what we were told and what I see is vastly different from what's been collected. Or we can look at the court cases that had never been filed in comparison to what's been filed in the last 3 years. We have a huge issue in code.
I agree that we
Yeah.
have a massive opportunity to go out and
Right.
a whole lot of non-compliance.
Right.
That I don't question
And
at
that's what
all.
I'm talking about as far as the difference. And that's where the difference was, well, I think that was 25 that we saw. And that's because if what I'm saying and what you're saying, somebody lied. They're not here anymore, but I want to be able to compare and contrast, right?
Yeah.
Because I want to make sure your numbers are right, because you're here now, right? Because something is off, especially if we have residents out there. I mean, there's a whole guy that has a whole garage on Westwood that nobody has found him. Nobody. And I have said, might want to go over there. And so I know there's something going on because things are not being done. And again, that's where we need to kind of close that gap on. That's all I'm saying. But I'll get that for you.
Yes,
And that was during our financial retreat in May of 2025.
yes, I would love to look and see what you presented. So the numbers that we have in here are the numbers that the audit tied to. So,
But you already said some of your numbers weren't right earlier
so
last week. Or miscoded. Are they miscoded or not? What are they?
So there is one specific number that comes to certification pay that is miscoded. And that changed when we went to the new payroll system. It's
Okay.
one of those items. In terms of,
You cannot convince me that we are collecting more today than we did 3 years ago.
I believe we issued more funds in one trip last week than we did the entire
Yeah.
previous year.
We did one inspection and,
So you already on the case, huh?
yes,
Yeah,
sir.
they're already starting.
Okay.
Yeah. About $14,000 worth of fines.
And one resident,
Business, yes.
business, okay.
So yeah, they're already pushing it out there. Again, so the numbers that we are projecting from a budget standpoint are 2,000 citations, which again is
Aggressive.
very aggressive, but that's what we want to be, right? Let's go solve all the problems, right? Or
And the
well, as many as we
residents
can.
know if
Yeah.
it gets too much.
If it gets, yeah, they'll let us know kind of where that line needs to be. This does not prevent us from filing liens. Again, there's certain types of parts that if we do something on the land, then we file the lien. But yeah, this is how we can do that. And this is the best number that I'm just very hesitant to write a giant number down here
So the
for
number
collection.
You brought up with what?
So we have budgeted 125,000 in revenue. You have to remember half of that is split with court, right? So it's 250,000 total. And that's assuming that we end up at a similar rate that we do for our regular tickets. Again, that's the best rate that any other city is getting
Okay,
on code, and a lot of them are getting lower, but they've been established longer,
right.
right? So I just really don't want to, as the finance director, I am very hesitant to put a number that I don't feel confident in being able to explain and justify why I put that number. And so this leaves us in a place where, again, this could end up being a low estimate. I just don't have any data. I just don't have any data that justifies that
Okay.
it's a low estimate.
Now, what line item was that, Ms. Yancey?
The last one.
You're saying that we generated more revenue.
I mean, yeah, well, so when we had the financial retreat, that was one of the areas that we were concerned with because their revenues were like $100,000 to $150,000 lower in an area in code. And so, because what we're trying to do is trying to keep our personnel, and that this is an opportunity to get that. But I need to go look at our paperwork from, the last 2 years and I'll bring it back. I think I gave you my book. Do you have my book?
Yeah, I have your book.
From 2020, yeah. All right. I'll find it.
Okay.
Now, this is from 2021, this book.
I keep getting lost. What revenue are you saying that we generated more of? Permit, code violation revenue? Oh, okay,
Violation,
okay.
Yeah, code violations.
And you were saying how much how much did you think it was?
It was $100,000 less, and we had our retreat, it was substantially less than it has been in the past.
Was that because of, we're not talking about the game room? money,
No, no,
right?
no,
I remember
no,
you talking
no,
about
game
that. Okay.
Game room brought us $800,000.
Okay.
This is just with the permitting. I just like to do compare and contrast, because that's how you can see if people doing their job or not too, or
Sure.
when they're coming in. Yeah. But go ahead, I'm gonna have to say it now.
Yeah.
We gotta find it.
So a couple of other items, again, we've briefly touched on these, is, we do have liens on properties, going back to probably the existence of the city. We can't actually get any of that money until those properties sell, right? The other big issue with a lien-driven code, which I know is not what we're doing, but we still will have some liens, is sometimes those liens become so big that the house can't sell. And then that's when they come to y'all and say, hey, I can't sell this property because it's worth 30,000 and has $50,000 of liens on it because I've never kept up with it. And so just because there are liens doesn't actually mean we get that lien when it sells. And we also can't control when it sells.
Are we the sellers or who's
No.
selling it?
So the owner sells it
Okay,
to whoever buys it,
I got you.
but we have a
Lean on
lien on it.
Okay.
And so we get paid out of that sale price. But sometimes we have so much in way of liens that our liens are more than the value of the land.
And they don't want to, am I saying it right, give it to us in lieu of them, the debt?
Oh, the, forfeit the property?
Yes.
Well, there are a lot of claims on the property because usually if we have a lien on it, that means that.
School district or other, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we do occasionally get properties.
So usually it
from
ends up in
that.
sheriff's sale. They'll forfeit it. I'm sorry, my mind had to catch up with.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll forfeit it, and by not paying, on the taxes.
Right.
And it goes into foreclosure and it becomes a property of the county. It is then, auctioned off.
Mm-hmm.
And it's usually auctioned off for the fees that,
Right.
and so when somebody buys it and they pay those fees, that's how we get our money.
Okay.
So.
Oh.
This is what we're.
Mm-hmm.
So, but another area that was brought up by one of our excellent employees is we have a lot of alarms that are triggered, like home alarms that come out. And Chief can speak better to this than I
So
can.
we're working with Maya in dispatch to come up with a system for the repeat alarms where we can issue a fine to them. It's a work in progress. We're trying to come up with a simple way. The calls for service are obviously they go to the dispatch. They have to dispatch an officer out there. And so that costs resources and time for our guys to go out there. Typically, I think it's 3 free in a 1-year period. And then a fine is assessed. And then there is a fine assessed for any additional ones that can currently go that. And we're just trying to figure out language and tracking system and all that. Normally it's done anytime that they're dispatch call, they pull up the address and I'll have all the previous calls in there for alarms or disturbance or whatever. And they would seem to be best fit into doing that. So she is working on that right now to make it a viable thing. There are some software that you can buy that automatically does it. I don't know what the cost on that is. It's been a while since I dealt with that software, probably 2012. was the last time that I had dealt with it. And so once we come up with that, we'll present to y'all what we can do as far as these repeat residential and burglary alarms. There are a couple that I can think off the top of my head. Every day at 8:50 when they open for business, the alarm goes off. And so they're not in a big rush to do it unless there's a punitive thing to force them to correct their deal. So we're working through all that right now.
And that'll probably come to you in a new change of an ordinance
Probably,
to codify that in a way where we can take action. But that would be, again, another small revenue generator that we can add.
I'm meeting with Gus on Friday morning. We're going to discuss it. He's got some go-bys that we can make it fairly simple as far as the ordinance for that. But that is, you stop and think about the officer's time, the fuel that's spent over there. Usually on an alarm, we always dispatch two for officer safety. So it gets expensive.
There are three specific expense items I want council to kind of provide where their head is at on this for code. They are, as we talked about, whether the intent is for code to be a 3-person department or a 4-person department. The
And
second,
does that include, hold up.
go ahead.
Does that include 3-person versus 4-person? Does that include the supervisor?
Both include the supervisor.
It
But
was, I'm sorry, 1 supervisor and 3 officers.
Is what it
that
currently is,
right?
and that's so again, when we built the no new revenue budget, it had dropped it to a supervisor and 2
Right.
regular, right? So
Okay.
that's sort of the discussion. On that one, the other 2 items are not personnel driven, but they are how much funding we want to have available for weed control and mowing of properties we don't own, right?
Mhm.
So like, how often are we really trying to go out there? What's the limit of that? And we give them, 7 days, 10 days or whatever to cut it. Once it gets over the limit, then are we going out and cutting it? That type of thing, right? The more we do that, the more money we need to have in the mowing, weed eating budget, right? So that's the second one. And the third one, very similarly, is demolition budget. How much money do we want to have set aside that we can spend on demolishing properties that are a problem for the city?
What
Not
was the
city.
second one?
The second one was mowing weed control.
You didn't put anything in that budget?
No, we put 20, so we put 25 in the no new revenue version and 50 in the maintained service version for weed control and mowing. And then for building demolition, we put 25 in the no new revenue version and 75 in the maintained service
So
budget.
that, I'm sorry, that budget has always been 10,000 for demolition.
No, this last year it was 70,000, but we didn't spend any because we were so worried about cash.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
that's okay. And so, the budget for demolition last year was what?
70,000.
And this year you've done?
So for the no new revenue
Mhm.
one was 25,
Mm-hmm.
and for the expenses or maintained service was 75.
Okay.
Okay, so most demolitions cost between 10 and 12,000, just for one. So is that? Can,
I mean, we have somebody here who might have a lot to say.
And we may want to move
Yeah,
it. Do we want to
Um,
bring the seat
that's
up
one
on?
of my, because we put building and stuff. And that's what, I mean, they're the ones that they did the demolition.
You knew your time was coming, huh, Mr.
Yeah.
Pennington?
Worth, man. That look you had on your face, Worth.
This what it
It was
did.
like, well, what do you want me to say, man? See, I don't know,
I know when we do them, when none used to do them, they were like 10 or 12,000.
Yes, for a
For
residence.
resident, how much
Yeah.
is it for us?
But if you're looking at like, say, an apartment complex or something like that,
Uh-huh.
the last time we got a bid on that particular unit, it was like $60,000.
So that's gonna take everything.
So that's the reason we try to,
Try to work.
and that is kind of up in the air right now. So that's the reason we kind of like to keep
The 70,000.
some money in there just in case that has to come down.
And so in my world, and I'm talking about in the District D world, there may be one house that fits that description that has gone through the boards and commissions. But in light of other things that I have in my district, that's not a priority for me. I don't know about anybody else.
You talking about for demolition?
Demolitions, and I know that there were two houses, they weren't in my district, that was on the board and committee's agenda, but I don't think the property ever got demolished. So that's not a priority for me in my district.
We
Demolition.
had two, the building standards had two on the list that didn't get done last year, or this year rather, because of the money issue.
Right,
But, there were only two at the time.
yeah.
But
It's
there
not,
might be something we can get from HVAC to help with that. 'cause that
It's
does have
possible
to
we
do
can
with the
find, you know.
there is, and when we get to it, I was gonna mention it, because there are so many, options for community block grants, and the HGAC has one. And, when we get there, I want us to, aggressively pursue that one, because that will help with our street signs. It's
Mhm.
not all for infrastructure, you can do it for other community projects, so.
So demolition, you think would be one of them, is what you're saying?
As far as I'm concerned, demolition for me in District D is not.
No, I'm going back to the grant that you were talking about. You
Right.
So
You
demolition.
can, all of that.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It's related to code-related issues as
Okay.
well.
Yeah, so he's proposing 10,000, that's all you have for next year's budget.
So,
Demolition.
the no new revenue proposed 25 for demolition, and then the maintained service level was 75. But we don't have to be tied to either of those numbers. Like,
Yeah.
again, this is an item that is, how aggressive do we want to be about acting on blights in the city? Right?
I will have one. If we demolish anything in this city, it would be those dugouts that are sitting at Mahan Park. I'm just throwing that out there.
Mark Lady.
That would actually come from a totally different thing, so
Just
you're,
wanted to throw it
That's
out there.
that's a totally different phone.
Now, I'm just saying, if we demolish anything, it should be that.
That's
I
true.
know that's from a different fund, but it's for me. I'm not speaking on behalf of them. If I had the 25,000 in my district to utilize, I would move it to somewhere else if I could.
So I think at the end of it, I don't think that we should stop single family demolition. I think that because sounds like they're $10,000 to $12,000 a piece. I think that those, when they come, they can come to council on a real time, on the spot, decision. So if building and standards has a resident that they are recommending demolition, this year it just comes to council, and that's a financial decision we make as a council. It's $10,000 to $12,000. You or whomever is sitting in that seat would be able to say to us, they're recommending demolition, is gonna cost us 12,000, and we have it in the budget. And then we can move on those case by case as a council. I do, however, think that to David's point, I do think that it is probably advantageous for us to keep 60 in the line item, so that we can, if need be, quickly respond to demolition of that particular situation. And if nothing else, we would be able to share with them how serious we are. By having that money in that account, we're serious to spur any potential movement on their part. And again, a lot of this is changing quickly because we've decided as a council to move the fire piece to a
Yep.
different conversation. So a lot of these things now can be safely built back to minimal levels.
Yep.
Right? Not extravagant levels, because if we do it right, all the rest of the stuff that we're adding in will hover at 39 cents or below, and then the rest of that gap will, potentially turn into a fire service fee. And so we'll be able to have both of what we need.
So, following up on that, want to keep 60 as a way to pressure and ensure that that specific apartment is handled. Do y'all want to pre-budget 2 demolitions, or do y'all want to just do it every time a demolition comes up? We do a budget amendment to add them into the budget.
That's fine. We
I'm
can-
open either
yeah,
way.
Either way, then.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm open.
I'd say 2 is safe.
So then we'll take the 60, we'll add 25,000, that gives us
85.
85, that gives us,
Yeah.
2, inflation might have made them a little bit more expensive than
Yeah.
the last time we had quoted, so.
And as far as the 3 persons versus 4, I think what I hear from the community, one of the main complaints, if it's not streets, it's code enforcement. And so I think to cut a person from what the majority of our concern is would kind of be counterproductive and inconsistent with what we're hearing. So I think a 4-person crew would be, from my opinion, would be what the public wants to see.
Because, didn't code also do the registration?
So code does do other things besides just go do that. Rental registration is, I think code is the one that goes out, but it's actually processed through
DS.
development services.
What
So
is
code's
the
the one that go
process?
visit, code is the one that goes and visits and
Uh-huh.
validates, but development services is where the actual transaction is processed.
Why?
I don't have an answer
That's
to
a
that
great
question.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, what she said?
Rental registration, code actually does the inspections or the.
They have a office
observations,
admin.
but developmental services
That
actually
does that for
accounts
them.
for the monies. And so why are they in
Okay.
2 different places?
Huh?
That's what the question was.
No, I'm trying to
Yeah.
understand. That can be a little bit
Yeah.
confusing.
So
Because then code
with
is
code,
not-
we're in the process of making changes. 2 weeks, they will be working 12-hour shifts, just like everybody in the PD does. They'll be rotating weekends. There'll be a crew here on weekends. There'll be a crew off on weekends. So they have somebody here when roofing jobs and fencing jobs and all this stuff
Weekend
happens on the
warriors.
weekend warriors, that they will be here for that.
And I'm just wondering why it's under development services. It would make sense. But you're saying they were sharing it and.
They were sharing it.
They were sharing an admin.
And the
yeah.
admin was just putting the paperwork in.
Yes, ma'am.
And that may be the reason why you don't have any money in rental registration, because that wasn't a priority for them.
It's entirely possible.
I mean, that's an
Yeah.
opportunity for revenue.
That's revenue, yeah. We have not been satisfied with rental registration revenues since the program has been instituted. It is underperforming, and that's only because it hasn't been focused upon.
Yeah.
We talked about
Is it,
two residential residential,
said it.
however you want to, which one was it? 2 whole communities that are renting houses to people on purpose.
They're not fair.
And there's a third coming.
And there's a third coming. Those fees need to be adjusted. If you got, again, we need to immediately, here's the way that it started. If you own 1 home that you're renting, it's $100. And then we had some, and I'm sure we still do, some of our residents using rental property as a retirement, which is what they should do. So we said the 2nd, 3rd, 4th home, if some people have 3 or 4 homes they rent, that they wouldn't have to pay $100 because they're using it to try to retire.
50.
So 50. So I think we need to make those adjustments. I think we need to adjust back up. And I think we need to really allow for if you have anything over and above five homes that you own, the rental registration fee goes up even higher. Because there are corporations coming into our city, which are for profit. This is capitalistic society. We get it, you know, but at the same time, we need to be able to get some buy-in. You ought not be able to just develop residential community that you provide for rental properties in a community and be and not be as invested in that community or a contributor to that community. We get that you pay property tax, but there are other things that people who live within communities, there are other things that they contribute, sales tax and things of that nature, permit fees, user fees, park fees, and these corporations aren't paying any of those. And so you get more than property tax from a resident. And so we need to add back more. And I know that the people that rent those properties, I know that they provide for those, we get it. But at the same time, the last thing I'll say about it is we know that factual information suggests that the more personal, direct home ownership a community has, the better they are able to do in every area. And so we want to make sure that we have the resources available to overcome that gap. So I would like to see, without objection, council, a revamped, not rental registration ordinance, but fees associated with that rental registration ordinance. And I don't think that you'll have an issue with 3 or 4 people, because I think if you do it right, you'll have more than enough resources for 4 people just from that program alone.
Yeah, so that will be one of the ones that is redone when we want to try and do it all at once. That way there's a very clear kind of date set and, you know, again, we're trying to change formatting and make it easier to see on all of that, as, you know, Chief Merriman talked about. But that'll be one of those that's in there, again, coming in the next couple to 2 to 3 months.
Each one of those sections have, would you guesstimate, we're guesstimating, everybody in this room who's been out in Lamar, would you say each one of those rental subdivisions have at least 100 homes in them?
I don't know about that.
I have no, I don't drive the city enough to have
Close
provided a
to,
valid
yeah.
guess.
Like 560.
55, 60 in Saltgrass? It's more than that. Look, Chief is saying it's more than that.
It's more. Yeah.
So that's 185 right there. So we're getting close to 200. And I took 10th grade business math, but if you did 100 times 200, what do you get? That's a lot of money, right?
Add 2 zeros.
And we're already.
That's not a lot of money worth.
So, and then the other thing, for Section 8 and things of that, I mean, that's rental as well, but that's public information. Tech City handles this area. That's something we can find out how many renters, and they have a list of those landlords that have that.
And I mean, we get rental, we're required by law when we register somebody for a utility billing account to validate whether they're renting or owning. That's
On the
one of,
application?
On the application.
yeah, it's just a law. We don't have a,
Is it happening though?
yes, we don't allow them to open an account until we have.
So we know exactly how many accounts we have? Okay.
That are renters.
Yeah. It might take us a minute to provide the exact number, but yes, we do.
That'd be worth exploring.
Yeah.
That's a revenue builder.
And then the last thing I heard you say was you wanted some feedback on mowing and weed control.
Yes, how much, you know, I think, both from an amount perspective, but also from a, like, where do we want to draw the line? And this is really more for chief and code implementation.
At some comparisons of what we did before. Parish and Parish was our contractor in the past. I would like to see how many yards did they cut per month? You know, before so we can have a framework what we're working with.
Yeah.
Because when I came on board, Kathleen and her team, they really were, you know, part of that council's program was blight control, and they were pretty aggressive with it. So lawns didn't stay for 30, 40 days not getting cut. They got cut. And so in certain areas, they got good. So let me just say that, because if Rashard was here, he'd be like, no, the selective enforcement. But anyway, I digress. But they were much more aggressive. And so I would like to probably do a comparison of what was done prior to kind of see what did they bring in and how many yards did they cut on that. I mean, the police may know that because they helped us a little bit. If Gandy was here, he might could tell us.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look into that information and get it for you. I doubt we can get it by tomorrow morning, but,
Yeah.
but we'll track that down.
See how many yards, and yeah, we'll just.
Go
we
ahead.
could
No,
ask
go
him-
ahead. Go
We
ahead.
can ask him, well, I'll ask for sure, he may know a little bit too about that, because there's a big problem in District A. It was a huge issue, and we got control of it, and we started, because it kind of goes up and down, it's ebbs and flows, they'll fix it, it'll be fine, then it'll come back, and it's just about, again, management.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I would like it to be aggressive. But the question is, what does aggressive look like? I mean, Mary, do you know?
That was part of the blight reduction program. We had, um, years, maybe 3 to 5 years where we had $100,000 in that weed control budget. We spent over $1 million over the course of about 5 years in demolition and weed reduction, because we saw the link between those instances and crime. How weeds and grass is a potential crime issue. Just like dilapidated structures, right? They become offices for criminals. And those areas of blight, high weed and high grass also become havens for crime. All sorts of crime happens in and around areas. I'm saying that Chief is nodding because he gets it. So that's for us, that's a safe city issue. I don't know if we need $100,000 in that line item. We may need $100,000.
And, again, you
Yeah.
can always put 100,000 in it. And if we only end up using 50, you can roll the other 50 to more demos if necessary,
Yeah.
right? Because within a department, moving within a single line item is much easier to
Yeah.
do.
To
make adjustments, yeah.
When I saw your number, I was like, that was way too low. I was like,
I was trying to make it work at
yeah.
a no new revenue with fire. So like,
Yeah.
Cause there's a high, that grass over there off of Rosalie is extremely high. And we used to be, there was a time we had conquered that and it was lower, but that's what I'm saying. You could tell there's an issue with code, cause things that were normally cut are not being cut. So,
And one of the things that we're gonna look at internally, is getting someone that can brush hog. There's a lot of those yards that you can't cut it with a mower. You're gonna have to brush hog it.
what'd you say, brush hog?
Brush hog, with a
Piece of
tractor.
equipment.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I
I'm
didn't
talking
know
East Texas now, and I'm sorry.
that. He said
A
brush.
large tractor with a mower, to knock some of that down. There are some that I've seen, I'm like, oh my God, there's no way you could do it with just a regular lawn tractor and a lawnmower.
Yeah.
Unless you get guys out there with weed eaters, and that's not efficient. So,
Mr. Word,
yes, ma'am.
it is my understanding that there is a process for mowing. You first cut around, facilities, then you do, right-of-ways for safety. And then you go to, what do you call those? Not a straight way, but like, Holly. Holly goes from this way to this way. That's a thoroughfare. That's what I have asked, when I did my audit of mowing. That's the order in which I want the district done. But then there are certain lots and houses that I identified and asked that they put on the maintenance list. I see them. I don't go and look, but I see those areas cut, so I know that they're doing it. And I allow that process to whatever, if it's 7 days or whatever it is. I used to go and do request trackers, but I don't anymore because that's, I think the standard that the city has a standard for the way they cut grass. And so I want them to follow that same standard in District D. But again, there are certain lots that I've identified that we want cut.
So
That's how I've done, and if that needs to change, then that's what I need
don't-
to hear.
I don't think there's, in order to accomplish both the aggressive tactic on code and keeping mowed property at a viable level,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm very happy to have, chief and deputy chief come up with a slight, different variation of this, but it's something along the lines of you go and you see grass is above the code amount, 10 inches or whatever the specific.
Yeah, enough notables, to where it looks overgrown.
You give them a week to correct from code, then code would come out, write the citation, and then they could notify the mowing company to come after the citation has been written, right? We can't cite them after it's mowed, right? So we'd have to make sure we create a process for mowing citations and what that specifically looks like. But it would be something along those lines. That would allow for both the citation and the, like, hey, you can't keep doing this, but also maintaining, not letting yards go insane.
And, with that being said, there could be someone that, they had foot surgery, so they haven't been able to go out. We come back in 10 days and follow up. It's taken care of. Yeah, we're kind of on break. Just like in anything, common sense goes a long way. If we go and we tell them, hey, you need to cut your grass and I'll take care of it, come back in 10 days, nothing's been done. They don't anticipate taking care of it. The next time would be a citation for it, to spur them to do it. I get it. People get sick. We do have elderly. We're going to work with those people and figure out a solution. I think that a lot of that is, applying common sense to it. But also, if they're just going to let it go, come on, you're going to get a citation for it. I mean, you've had 10, 20 days. You haven't done anything. You're not going to do anything.
Okay.
Okay.
And that generates both citation and lien, right? Citation, because they didn't act in the required time. The actual cost of the mowing is the lien.
And what about repetition?
As far as,
The same person, the same violation?
if it's
Is
the
it
same
just a new clock that starts over and over again?
if it's, well, I can tell you, if it's the same violation and we've been there more than twice, I think then citations will be issued and, we'll follow up. Still hasn't been taken care of. You get another citation. You're going to have to do something. You got to help us out, help you.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, if we feel like we need to take a more aggressive action on a property,
Mhm.
citation can be issued every day,
Okay.
right? And so that doesn't mean we would do that for almost any situation, but if we felt that it was necessary to go out there and make a point, that is legal, that is allowed.
This is a gentle question. Gentle question. There are some properties in my district that hoards in their front and their backyards. I would like to see a fence. Is that something we can force them to do since we can't navigate the storage facility in the front or the backyards?
Well, that falls within the code. So I'm assuming they've got boxes and trash and all that. That breeds
Yeah.
rats and snakes. So
Mhm.
it's public safety. So we can go out and cite there could be a lien placed to where those yards have to clean up. So just give us the addresses, we'll go by. Because it's a life safety issue. We've just got junk out in your yard. We all know it attracts mice. It attracts the things that I don't like, which are snakes. You know, it's not good.
No.
Backyards are a little more complicated because then,
If you can
If it-
see it, I'm
yeah.
saying if you can see it, we can
Is that
Yes.
cite it.
backyard?
Yeah, you can, if you see
Oh.
it, you can cite it. That's what I was told, so.
Along that line, just for the sake of getting a quick response from you, Chief, we have also, I don't know if my colleagues have had these conversations, but there are members of our community that have suggested that if there is a probable cause, there's a probable cause, that there is an ability to get some sort of a search warrant. Do you know anything about that as relates to code enforcement? These are things that have been shared with us, with me, and I just wanted to put that in this discussion. Conveniently, because Ms. Griffin is speaking
Sure.
to similar issues. Is that a thing, or?
A search warrant for a,
If there is the way that it was shared with me, was that, there was a resident with code violations in the backyard who was trying to just simply conceal the code violations. But there was a reason to believe that there were violations. I think this was an issue with chicken ordinance.
okay,
Somehow, some way, the point that I wanted to pick your brain about was the experience led to a previous building official / code enforcement official who was a peace officer as well. And they were able to get a search warrant to enter the property. Don't know if there were any other alleged criminal activity that may have been a part of that. I can get the full story and get back with you, but
Yeah.
but that's been floated as a way to address the issues of, people concealing code violations in the backyard. I don't know where that
I've-
sits.
I've been doing this for a while. I've never
You've
heard
never
of
heard of
that.
that? Okay,
No,
okay.
never heard of that.
I'll get more information.
Yeah.
Or at least, be able to try to, give you a better articulation of what that issue was, so you could get more information.
Yeah, that would be great, because I've been doing this for a while. I've never heard of peace officer or a code enforcement officer get a search warrant or something like that.
So that tells me it probably had more of a criminal element involved than
Possibly.
what's
Yeah.
being shared, or maybe even what the folks even know about. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, Worth. Proceed.
so we are a little over our expected allotment of time. I think
We started 30 minutes.
Little over.
Well, we started 30 minutes. We started at 10:30, and so now we're at 4:30. So we are.
so.
Good shape.
The citizens and staff appreciate y'all coming in and doing your time. I think this is a good time to stop because that allows us to pick up with Public Works in the morning. Which will also give me a little bit of time to make some adjustments to the numbers based on the change in direction, where we're kind of separating fire's budget from the rest and funding it through other mechanisms. So it'll let me do that with Public Works and kind of give y'all a new look on what that might look like.
Yeah.
That's really the only department tomorrow that will have significant changes
Decisions, yeah.
to it. All the rest are pretty set. It's still important to talk about them and, explain why we're doing some of the things we're doing in them, but that'll give everybody kind of a new a new thought on kind of what that will look like from Public Works perspective. And then I will try and get as much of a PD rebuild as well in there. And then we'll rebuild fire and
Yeah.
see what that kind of funding would look like to do that. Beyond that, that should allow us to tomorrow pretty comfortably come up with like a final consensus on a initial draft of a budget for the general fund and what that would look like. It doesn't mean we're committing to a tax rate or anything like that. We're just like, here's the numbers that sort of we feel comfortable with. Again, it'll contain multiple funding options for the fire side on different ways to do that and what that would look like.
Chief, I have a question for you. Don't leave yet. Thank you.
And so that's where we'll pick up and how we'll work through tomorrow. And then I will prep utility fund in case we get to it. And then we can start down that path. Beyond that, given that tomorrow has a hard end time because we have a special meeting right after, I do think it is probably unlikely we can finish all of utility fund and all the other funds by the end of day tomorrow. So we would want to set an additional at least 1, if not 2 days to finish all those other funds. A lot of the smaller funds, there's not a whole lot there. But you know, we definitely want to talk about them. So if y'all have ideas on when y'all might want to do that, remember we have to have a week notice so we can actually post
Yeah.
correctly.
We'll probably
Next week,
choose maybe next week, next Wednesday. We have a meeting Monday night,
Yeah.
next Monday night. And those Monday night meetings turning into Tuesday morning workshops it's a lot.
Yeah.
For
So
our schedules, right?
if it is Wednesday, court again is in here, so we would have to again move back to the community room
Mhm.
for Wednesday.
Okay.
Do we have a ribbon cutting on the 26th as well?
24th,
Oh, okay.
What day is that? Is a Monday?
Monday, yeah. Monday.
What ribbons are we cutting?
The shops.
Shop.
Well, those are good ribbons.
Did you not yet? You hadn't put it on your calendar yet.
I believe it's at 10 a.m.
Still hadn't been put on my calendar.
I think.
Yeah, like 10 or.
So before I get to my question for you, Chief, this is a tough question, man. I want you to do your homework on this one. Before I get to my question for Chief, I am well aware that fire department has a $6 million budget, and when you start to divide that between 8,000 accounts, you end up with $10,000 a month in a fire service fee. So we have to make sure that we're
So
looking.
I will present options that are solely fire service fee, solely taxed
Gotcha.
if it's possible, combinations, so that that y'all can kind of
There
look
you
at all
go.
the.
That's what I'm
different-
asking.
Yeah.
Chief, just quick question in all seriousness.
Go ahead.
Have you made any changes to the wrecker service permitting or wrecker service policy?
I have not.
You have not? Do you have any intentions on making any changes?
To be honest with you, Mayor, I haven't gotten around to
Have you gotten
even,
around- Doesn't matter to me. I just,
Yeah.
again, this is something I was in the community.
Yeah.
And there's a wrecker service that asked about the new chief and asked if you had made any changes. And I said, I hadn't heard any, but I'll ask it.
yeah,
So nothing has changed at this point.
nothing has changed. And I think I figured out, a wise person in the back texted me, an administrative warrant. Were they talking about administrative warrant that code can get?
I don't
to-
know. I'll get more information on it.
Okay.
Yeah. That may be it.
It
Yeah.
might be it.
Okay. That's all I wanted, was to see if you had made any changes, and it sounds like you haven't, so I'll pass that along, and I think I'm good. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to again thank Mr. Ferguson and his staff for working with us through today. It seems like we might have at least one more, hopefully preferably one more workshop after tomorrow, so that we can move forward, get a budget to the people. We certainly want to thank and invite Ms. Willman to our midst, who is our new interim city clerk. Great to have you, Ms. Willman. Miss Janie. Sometimes I call people by their first names, but I'll still put Miss on there. So thank you, Miss Janie, for your attendance. We thank Miss Melissa for her attendance in your absence. We're moving forward, council. Any final thoughts before we close?
No, just what, could you get back in touch with Neil? Because he hasn't heard from the fire chief yet.
Yes,
So we need to kind of wrap that up.
yep. I'll make sure that call happens.
I have this for you, so you can look at this from 2021 if you want to.
Yeah,
Just
did,
look at that.
did you see it in there at the,
No, it's in the general fund. They kind of put it in general, but it's divided too. But I'll let you look at it.
Okay.
This is from 2021. Kind of COVID-y kind of years, but it'll let you see with some of the revenues.
Very good. If there's nothing else, council, thank you for your time. And for your consideration. If there's nothing further, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Worth. I can go home and not be crazy.
What is the box?
All the